This is the moment we've all been waiting for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now.
Fuck your feelings. Big chest back in the building. Like Brady boy, I stay winning. Chef Curry, range extended. Splash. Fuck your feelings. Debate all day, that's business. Eat your ass, that's fitness. FYF got a hit list. Bitch, I'm the realest. Alpha male strong, that's illest. FYF gang, we will win this. Fuck the permission slip bitches. Ayy, yo. Fuck your feelings. FYF gang, be the realest.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now.
The paper chase, hurdles and relays, like a track meet. Drug fiends, bitches, foreign whips. Now that's my back street, stay humble. Be most hated is the consequence of success. Fast money always slows up. You gotta learn to invest. My flow, mastered. Money, I stacked it. Enemies, caskets to women. I'm attractive to my haters, outlast them. Passport stamped it. Confronted work on consignment. Come on, now that's a backflip. Principles you stand on. Wasted talent, sad song. Beach house 1.5, but the car dad said 260. God, obedience, Jesus, repentance. The marathon continues, and I'm strong to the finish.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now.
FYF, okay. No one measure, remember them 3 letters come with pressure. Okay. We be steppers, man, can't stop, won't let up. Real debates, the haters gon' hate. That's what makes this special, it come with level. Yeah, this shit get better, no cap, new era. We got ammunition for the opposition and plenty witness, killing competition. Catch us late night on a panel cooking, but don't be fooled. This ain't your mama's kitchen. They say they don't, but they watch and listen, typing in the chat. You ain't got a lot to kick it. If you click the link, make sure you got permission, and don't forget, nigga, fuck your feelings.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now.
I know they ain't ready at all. I stay ready, time to ball. No referee, I got shots to call. I run the best, so I'm better than y'all. Fuck your feelings, you know that's law. Running it up, now we running it back. It's that full court pressure, don't cut no slack. Jamming to the max. Bank count still full of racks. For the competition, they done went missing. The champ is here, look how the ring glisten. It's honorable mention, don't ever forget it. It's FYF, don't care about the ticket. You know we with it, yeah. We gon' do whatever it takes. Fuck all the hate. FYF still going down. It's one of the greats.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now. All your feelings hurt when it it get real, all of them fake, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we get it lit, here's we speaking, no. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, all the ones who do it for the buzz. Oh, we going now, supporters, no fans. LVCM, they talking on rear. Yeah, get hard, could be on the rear. Heart rate up, it's getting intense. All them people just speaking on nothing. Content clicks for the money. Hilarious, it be too funny. Debunking, they say, yeah, we run it. Cover it up, Lakers to Hornets. Lebron to Jordan, Blazers in Portland. We get it sorted, lights can afford it. Entertaining or boring, whatever the top, but we act accordingly. Break it down, piece by piece. Been at this for too long. No elder but Rufus, saying what he on. Lace better stay gone. We get them all done. We get them all done. Yeah, we get them all done. All your feelings hard when it get real. All of them fake, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking, no. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the buzz. Oh, we going now, your feelings hard when it get real, all of them fake, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking, no. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the buzz. Oh, we going now.
Those are the screams of Jordan fans. Those are the screams of Jordan fans, y'all. I think the Jordan fans know that the time has come. And I want you guys to know that, you know, it was here at FYF Sports where we created the Max Ether. And it was the Jordan fans. When I woke up this morning, I went to the mirror and I was in Max Ether form. It was time to lay down the Max Ether on the Jordan fans. It was time. And over the last few days, it's been like Armageddon for Jordan fans. They've been getting more desperate and more desperate. Bad take here, bad take there. And what you notice, and what you're noticing on multiple channels, what you're noticing is people in the Jordanites and the Jordan fan base are spending more time, unnecessarily at that, trying to tear down really one of the few players, or at least the only player in this era, who has the capability to dethrone Michael Jordan. And that's what's going on here today. Now, I think I see Elder in the chat. See, Elder is one of the people that helped this transformation. Y'all see this transformation? Elder is one of the reasons why this transformation even happened. I think Elder lit the final flame to turn me into Max Ether 4. Elder Rufus lit the final flame that really started to make the transformation. Max Ether 4. I asked Elder a question, and we were debating something completely different. And this is when I knew Jordan fans did not even believe Michael Jordan is the GOAT. I asked him, if you replace Scottie Pippen with a player like Mitch Richmond, all-star of the 90s, great player, great scorer, great leader. Even Jordan talked about Mitch Richmond being one of the hardest players to guard. And I asked Elder, and I said, if you swap him for Scottie Pippen, does Michael Jordan have 6 championships? And Elder said no. It's crazy, ain't it? Now, some people might ask, how does that expose Michael Jordan? Well, over the last couple of months, I've done my best to explain to people the greatness of Scottie Pippen. And Jordan fans have avidly come out to thwart those attempts. And I'm still hearing the screams of them 90s fans. 90s fans, you got to stop screaming, man. I understand what's going on. Do y'all hear those screams? But back on the topic of Scottie Pippen, we were talking about the greatness of Scottie Pippen, comparing him to other players of the 90s. And they just start to expose themselves. Because the man that went 6-0 in the NBA Finals, Jordan fans, and one of the ultimate Jordan fans, and Elder Rufus, one of the more credible Jordan fans, even admitted that Michael Jordan couldn't win championships without Scottie Pippen, even if you replaced them with a high caliber player such as Mitch Richmond. Jordan's greatness is attributed directly and has a direct connection to Scottie Pippen. Therefore, potentially putting Scottie Pippen on just as equally as high of a mantle as Michael Jordan. It was people in the 90s that boosted and elevated Michael Jordan over the Kareems, the Wilts, the Bill Russells, for absolutely no reason at all. If you ask many of these Jordan fans, why is he better than Wilt, Kareem, and Bill Russell? You know what they say? They say, "Oh, I don't think those guys could play." They don't give you facts. They just simply say, "I don't think those guys could play." They don't have a real logical answer as to how this happened. It was the nostalgia of that era, that decade. They're clutched so tightly onto the baggy shorts, the baggy tees, the Fila shoes, the heavy Nikes. They're so attached to that era. The arcade machines, unrealistic video games like NBA Jam. They were more so influenced by the culture to make Jordan the GOAT, and not by what they were seeing on the court. I saw an image the other day, and it was a picture of Klay Thompson guarding Michael Jordan. And I really had to think to myself, and I said, I don't think Jordan ever faced a defender like Klay Thompson. Some 90s fans will say, "Oh, Joe Dumars," maybe even Gerald Wilkins. I don't think those guys are even Klay Thompson. So as 90s fans judged and criticized the greats of the 60s and 70s for a lack of competition, my question is, where is the competition in the 90s? I also saw a very interesting comment. Again, when I dropped the Pippen video that I dropped was more so to allow Jordan fans to expose themselves. And there was a comment that specifically stated, and it was in reference to LeBron James. And it said, Iverson won without any help, or not won. Iverson got to the finals without help. LeBron can't do that. And it doesn't look like he's going to do that this year. That's what they said. And so I asked that Jordan fan in the comments, I said, if you do respect Iverson's lone trip to the finals and you're comparing that to a guy like LeBron James, then why do you bash the man for having 6 finals losses if you appreciate just simply the journey getting there? Not to mention that LeBron already has 4 chips. If you appreciate the journey there, just like he gave Iverson credit simply for getting there, then why is LeBron James bashed for his journey there? And why is a player like Michael Jordan lauded for multiple first-round exits? Why is a guy like Hakeem Olajuwon lauded when he was getting hampered and destroyed in the first round of the playoff year after year after year after year? Why are these 90s players lauded for being failures in the playoffs but given far too much credit when they do finally win. Dirk Nowitzki won in 2011. Just because of pure hate for LeBron James, people will overvalue that single championship and say, well, that championship's worth more than anything LeBron James did because Dirk did it by himself. Even though that's false. A lot of false narratives being thrown around. But what we're going to do is we're going to open up the chat. I'm not going to do too much talking. I'm going to open up the live panel and I'm going to allow y'all to come in. And really, I just want y'all to watch this. And again, research purposes only. I've already told Jordan fans one of the most fatal flaws in their logic and how it's their own logic that actually elevates LeBron James. One, it's the amount of time they spend talking about 2011. It's the amount of time they spend talking about his flaws. No other player is scrutinized or criticized to this degree. They harp on his losses and flaws more than any other player in NBA history. But they tear down players like Bill Russell, and they say those 11 championships aren't as meaningful. They boost up the 90s era and say it was a great defensive era or a fake era of big men, when really there were only 5 legitimate bigs, and half of those bigs were suspect on one side of the floor. Ewing, great offensive player, highly suspect on the defensive end. 90s players who benefited from the illegal defense rules and not having a defensive 3 seconds. Almost any big in the 90s could average 2 to 3 blocks a game because they could just stand at the rim and rim protect and not have to move. The lack of versatility in those players allowed big men to camp in the lane. They didn't have to go guard the perimeter. And when players like Hakeem Olajuwon even stepped out of the paint, players in the 90s were scoring on him at a 75% clip. How is he one of the greatest defensive players of the 90s when he couldn't step outside of the paint and guard very well? Now, this is what the numbers say. Now, if you guys want to argue the facts, the real numbers, if you still want to claim these players as all-time greats, if you still want to try to find ways to finesse and put them above a LeBron James, Bill Russell, Wilt Chamberlain, or Kareem, continue with that narrative. But this is the same narrative that helped me transition it into Max Ether lane. You know, I have to live like this for the rest of my life because you guys transformed. Look at this, man. You guys have transformed me into the Max Ether. I am the walking embodiment of the Max Ether. I am the Max Ether. This is what Jordan fans have created. This is what Jordan fans created. They've created a walking Max Ether, a living embodiment of a Max Ether. And I have to hear the screams of the Jordan fans screaming at me, begging me not to do this. Do not dismantle him. Do not remove him from the top. Don't expose the facts. Don't expose what we're trying to do. Don't expose the nostalgia of our era. They've even asked me to remove the NBA Jam machine in the back. I've even had 90s fans go as far as to saying the NBA Jam machine is fake, even though you can see the game actively playing on the machine. You know, it's tough. Being the Max Ether. It's tough. It's tough being the Max Ether. You know? It's not an easy job. You know? Dropping Max Ethers every day. but this is what they asked for. So what we're gonna be doing here is we're gonna drop the link. All right. Let's get this link in here. We're going to allow people to come in, and you'll have your opportunity to speak to the walking max ether yourself. Link is in the chat. Now, this could either be a short stream or it could be a long stream. But we'll see. See, I don't expect it to be a long stream. I didn't even have my headphones on. You know. I see a few people are bold enough to speak directly to the Max Ether himself. Now, I may have to put a disclaimer on the screen, but I am not responsible for any casualties. I'm not responsible for any, burned limbs, anything, man. When I'm in this form, there's only so much I can control. So you can either come in and start to admit the truth, right? We can start doing that, and we can start talking real basketball. I mean, or, look at me now, man. Come on, man. All right, hold on. We got 3 people in the backstage that want to speak to the walking max ether. We're going to go ahead and let them in. Salute to the chat.
What's going on? How you doing?
Salute.
I'm good, man.
What's up?
We're going to let Deadly J start off, man. Deadly J, man, what are your thoughts on this whole conversation?
So first off, I want to state that I actually respected the point that you made earlier in regards to LeBron being criticized a lot. I do agree with that point. But my issue was that you were saying that Michael Jordan wasn't the GOAT because of the comments made by Scottie Pippen in his book and in different interviews, correct?
No. It's one aspect of it. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not the long point.
It's invaluable to that team, right?
No, it wasn't me that admitted that. It's been Jordan fans that admit that, because even Jordan fans admit Scottie Pippen doesn't win. There's 2 ways Jordan fans will kind of diminish Jordan. If you say Jordan doesn't retire because they spend so much time boosting Hakeem Olajuwon, my question is, does he beat Hakeem in the finals if he doesn't retire? Or do they win if you replace Scottie Pippen with any other player, a guy like Mitch Richmond, who was also great at the 90s? And many have already admitted they don't believe he wins without Scottie. And again, the way Jordan is just kind of put on this mantle as if he's the ultimate basketball player, you would assume that he'd be able to achieve similar results with any combination of stars, similar to how LeBron James, with various stars, various teams, various coaches, has been able to win championships.
Okay, so I think, or I'll say, to me, when people say that they label Jordan as being the greatest of all time or being the GOAT or whatever, I think it has more to do not just with the fact that he's won championships, but to me, I think this has to do more with his individual game. I think that for me, when you look at LeBron and Jordan side by side, and you really start to look at and analyze how they play the game of basketball, I think you can really point out a lot of holes in LeBron's game. Definitely more holes than is in Jordan's game. I feel like, to me. I think for the biggest thing that people say is Jordan's weakness is his 3-point shooting. But people don't understand that, like you said, in the 90s, they were only taking around maybe like 15 to 18 threes a game over the course of an entire season. Whereas now guys are shooting over 30 threes a night. So the more you practice and the more it's emphasized, the better you're going to be at it. And also, I think another knock on LeBron, or another thing that I look at, is that he saw Jordan's path to success. He has all of Jordan's failures and all of his successes. He's a role model. He's LeBron. You know, Mike Jordan is kind of the model of that superstar that a lot of guys try to copy. You know, Kobe Bryant, you know, being Jordan's successor in terms of his style, was able to find his success. LeBron pretty much has already stated that, you know, he found and gets motivation for being as great as he is from watching Jordan. So, in my opinion, I feel like he would, if that's the case, that he has to try to find ways to surpass Jordan's game individually, and I don't feel that he's done that, even though he has the blueprint for success. If that makes sense.
I don't believe there's a blueprint for success, especially when you're crossing eras. And as you just stated, you gave Jordan the excuse for his flaw of not being able to be a great 3-point shooter. Your excuse was that he didn't get a chance to practice them because they didn't shoot them much in his era. Well, let's retroactively change some of the rules. LeBron is simply a product of how the NBA is played today. Maybe LeBron James' game is a lot different had he played in a league that was illegal defense, allowed him to destroy guys ISO, no zone, right? If he could do things such as that, well, how would he look in the 90s if you retroactively? So maybe LeBron James, with some of the flaws that you say, some of the holes that you say he has in his game, if his game was adopted, it was shifted and changed according to the rules of the 90s, well, maybe we see some of those holes get filled as well if you go back retroactively. So again, Jordan didn't shoot threes. One, this is what we can't do, is we can't make excuses for a flaw. Okay. If you either have it or you don't. Scottie Pippen said in his book, Scottie Pippen said in his book, and this is the guy that won 6 championships alongside of him. These are not my words, these are his. He said Michael Jordan did not want to pass. He did not want to rebound. He did not want to guard the best players. This is what Scottie Pippen said. He said he wanted everyone else to do the work for him. And with that being said, when you have one of the best facilitators in the game in the 90s, when you have one of the best defenders, actually 2 of the best defenders in the 90s on your team, all right, when you have the best coach in the 90s on your team, it kind of starts to sound as if what Scottie Pippen said is true. Now, it will be on you to discredit or find a way to discredit what Scottie Pippen said, but I find that was probably going to be extremely hard, as that Scottie Pippen played alongside Michael Jordan as they won 6 championships. So if you want to say he's not credible, well, again, you need to cite a reference that's more credible than Scottie Pippen.
Okay, well, just to go off your point, I wasn't necessarily trying to say that he wasn't credible. You know, what I'm basically saying is that you're going off more of a team perspective, and I'm going based off more of an individual perspective. Because I don't feel like you actually need to look at the finals won or the finals losses to see who's a better player. I feel like you can just analyze the film and see their individual accolades to see who's a better player. You know, well, hold on just real quick before you can. I just want to make one more point before you go. I feel like, especially on the defensive end, even taking into account hand checking and having no 3 seconds or none of that stuff in there. You know, in the 90s, the 90s is factually a tougher era than now in terms of scoring and everything. So I feel like for Jordan to averaged over 30, shooting 50% from the floor, still averaging around five assists a game. I feel like.
Deadly J. Can I ask you a question? Deadly J.
Yeah,
Who
yeah.
was the best perimeter defender of the 90s?
Argument. I mean, it could either be Michael, it could be Scottie.
Okay. So you just said Michael and Scottie. So
well, yeah. I mean, it could be.
Hold on. 1 second. Hold on. The two best perimeter defenders were on the Bulls. So Jordan never faced the league's best defenders because all of the league's best defenders, or the majority of them, at least on the perimeter, because outside of Jordan and Pippen, you can try to say Gary Payton was an elite defender, but as we saw in The Last Dance, Michael Jordan said out of his own mouth, and he laughed at the notion that Gary Payton was even it was like a flea in his way. He laughed at the notion that Gary Payton even thought he could defend him. He said, I just had stuff on my mind. That's the only reason it looked like he can guard me. So if we go to the third best perimeter defender of that era, which is Gary Payton, and Jordan looked at him as if he was a laugh and a joke, who were these elite perimeter defenders that he faced on a night in and night out?
Okay,
because
so it's not necessarily.
Hold on. After you get past Gary Payton, when you have the illegal defense rules that allowed him to be ISO the majority of the time, where some people are going to make the argument that teams tried the zone, there were only two in the league that actually tried, and they weren't very good at it because the illegal defense handicapped them. Where are these great perimeter defenders that he faced on a night in and night out basis?
Can I answer?
Yes.
Okay. So just to go off that point, to me, the greatness of the 90s is not the perimeter defenders as much as it is the paint defenders or the big men, especially when you have two big men and you have less spacing. So like you said, they couldn't play a zone. Like you said, it was illegal defense, so they had to isolate a lot, which is true. But most of Jordan's points came off of him either shooting the mid-range or him attacking the paint. So when Jordan attacked the paint, he had two big men down there waiting for him. And I want to ask you, can you list the best defensive big men of the 90s?
Let me tell you this, but the one thing that throws a monkey wrench into that logic is that Phil Jackson, the greatest coach in the 90s, ran the triangle offense, an offense that in a lot of situations removed the big from the paint. Remember, with the illegal defense, you can't zone up and leave your man and double down. You have to stay within this invisible bubble of your man. So with Luke Longley shaded out in the triangle, Jordan was able to get a lot of post ISOs off without much resistance. There were some teams that could be scrappy enough and fast enough to maybe put up a fight. We saw the Knicks do it. They did a bad job at it. We saw the Pacers do it, right, with their length and the speed of some of their big men who weren't really traditional bigs, like Dale Davis and Anthony Davis, right? But most teams didn't have that. Most teams didn't have it. Most teams had one solid rim protector, and that's it. And most of them were slow. Jordan was more athletic than any of those bigs, and with the triangle offense, which is one of the reasons why Jordan said he refused to play for any other coach outside of Phil Jackson.
Okay.
Well, Phil Jackson's innovativeness and understanding some of the flaws of having a legal defense in the NBA, he was able to exploit it to a certain degree. Maybe the optics made it look to you like there was great defense, but with the illegal defense, the legal defense actually handicapped a lot of handicapped team defense.
Okay,
so
well,
great. This is why Jordan said out of his own mouth, he told the league, just like most of the other great scorers, let's not implement the zone. It's going to affect my individual stats. It would have, because teams would have been able to guard him as a team, and he wouldn't have had all of these ISO sets where he could attack and work his man with space, space to do these things.
That is true, but it's also offset by the hand checking too.
That's not offset by the hand checking because as Gilbert, we just did a live about hand checking. It wasn't me who said this. It was a player named Gilbert Arenas who said that hand checking doesn't work It does not work against great scorers. It actually puts you in a worse position. A guy like James Harden, physical guards like Michael Jordan, hand checking actually helps him out because now he knows where you are and where your momentum is carrying you. This is why his fadeaway was so effective. This is why James Harden's step back is so effective, because when people try to play physical with them or use this so-called hand check, it puts advantage to the physical offensive player because Jordan was willing to engage them, allow their momentum to work against them, and he used the fadeaway to get separation and get his shot off whenever he wanted. And because there was no zone, there's really not much help defense to come take that fadeaway shot away.
Okay. I mean, that is a good point. I mean, I didn't want to bring this up. This is my last point before somebody else goes. Just to counter the hand checking real quick. I remember in an interview, and I didn't want to say because I don't remember who the specific player was. I think it might have been Scottie or it might have been Dennis Rodman. One of those guys said that even though, like you said about Gilbert Arenas saying you can feel where they are and you can be able to adjust according to their momentum, right?
No, what Gilbert Arenas did was he
broke it down.
His personal experience on players who tried to hand check him and how he said these players who tried to hand check him, he says he found that their defensive greatness seemed to be more of a myth or nostalgia as opposed to being actual good defense, because the hand checking does not stop players from scoring, especially if they are attacking guards willing to attack that. A hand check will get you exposed, and it's not very effective. Now, a hand check will be effective against a back to the basket dribbler like a John Stockton. These guys who didn't have the greatest handle on the ball, they had to back you down, and they're trying to facilitate, and you're hand checking with the other arm in the passing lane. Yes, you can seem to be a bit disruptive there. But when we're talking about attacking, scoring guards, a hand check will handicap you, especially if there's an illegal defense and you have to guard this man ultimately on an island. It's not the myth of this hand check. There's a myth surrounding it, but all you have to do to find out how effective it is, go walk into your local D1 runs. If you have D1 runs in your city, and go guard high-level D1 players and see how that hand check works for you just on a local level, and then come back and give your experience on the hand check.
Okay.
Or just record it. Just record it. And like I said, that's all I say. I tell people, try to hand check, not in regular YMCA gyms against old men. Let's go try it against D1 high-level players who specialize in ISO moves, and let's see how you fare against the best of the best when you try to hand check. But we're gonna move on. Let me go ahead and get to I see SFM and creeped up in here, man. SFM has been on hiatus. But SFM, as I transform into Max Ether Lane, he pops up out of the woodworks to pull up on FYF Sports, man. SFM, what's good? All right, SFM, he's not ready to talk, man. We're going to move on, man. We're going to go to Elder, man. I know Elder, when Elder's this quiet and he hasn't cut in, that means he's going to have a lot to say. Elder, man.
No, I don't have a lot to say. I just understand your angle. I think it's sad, honestly. I really do. Especially from a guy that didn't play in an ear, don't know nothing about the ear, has no experience from that ear. And then to come on, the only thing I really come on to talk about is you saying that I am the one that spurred this at the end. I put the last flame or whatever in there. You know, y'all are real slick when y'all talking to novice when it comes to the game. But that stuff don't get over on me. Now, you use the example, Lamont, that I said that if you take Scottie Pippen off that team, you said this, but I told you no, it wouldn't work. And you replace him with Mitch Richmond. Now, Lamont, what position does Scottie Pippen play?
Small forward.
What position does Mitch Richmond play?
Shooting guard.
How tall was Scottie Pippen?
6'7".
6'8". How tall was Mitch Richmond?
6'6".
6'4". There you go. See, this is how they get slick with y'all. Mitch Richmond was 6'4" on a good day. On a good day, because he was a two guard, y'all. He was 6'4" on a good day. Okay. Let's just say they might have listed him at 6'5", maybe. But you see where I'm getting at? These are two totally different players. Scottie Pippen was considered one of the best two-way players in the game. But what he excelled in was being an ultra max elite defender. Mitch Richmond was known for his offense as a two guard, which back then most two guards, all they did was score. That was their job, to score. See, teams were set up to do specific things back then. They didn't have this positionless era and all that bull crap. You had a point guard. He had a responsibility. Control the pace, distribute the ball, play ball hawking defense. If you had a two guard, guess what his job was, y'all? Your two guard's number one job was to score back then. That's what his job was. He was a scorer. No matter if he was shooting, slashing, going to the bucket, that was his job. The three-man. So let me get to this. I ain't going to keep going this long soliloquy. You have Scottie Pippen, who was an elite defender, who has a responsibility on the Chicago Bulls. Lamont suggests you replace him with an all-star two-guard, not a three-man, but a two-guard, a guy that's smaller than Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan was 6'6". That lets you know Mitch Richmond wasn't 6'6", y'all. Jordan was taller than him. And he could not play defense like Scottie Pippen. So by me saying, if you replace those two guys, do you think he'd have won 6 championships? Well, the answer obviously is no, because Mitch Richmond cannot do the things on the defensive end that Scottie Pippen does. Now, if you take, let's just go to LeBron James, who Lamont must think is the GOAT. I don't know who you think the GOAT is. But if you think LeBron James is the GOAT, a fair comparison would be, does anybody believe that LeBron James would have won his 4th championship ring if you take Anthony Davis, who is considered to be, and I'm going to even make it a more fair comparison, y'all. I'm going to make it more fair, but you're still going to see where I'm getting to. If you take Anthony Davis off of the Los Angeles Lakers and you replace him with Paul George, do you see that Laker team winning that championship? The answer from everybody would be no, because the things that Anthony Davis does, Paul George cannot do. Even though Paul George is an all-star, even though Paul George is actually, and I'm giving him, he's a good two-way player, so I'm actually giving you a two-way player to replace him with. I didn't go to just a fringe all-star like you did. I went from a 3-man to a 2-man, and in this scenario, I went from a 4-man to a 3-man because Paul George is a small forward. But I don't think anybody on this panel would think that Paul George and LeBron James would have won that championship. When you have a team, each individual player has a role, and they have specific things they have to do. And the thing I say about the Chicago Bulls back then, they were the most well-constructed teams I've ever seen, from 1 through 15, because everybody had a defined role, and they played their role. Now, you would say, oh, the team gets the success. Well, all championship team gets success, but you have to have an engine that drives the team. And Michael Jordan was still that engine. He was still that engine. He was the guy that made everything go on that team. But this analogy that you tried to give, saying that, you know, if you replace this guy, would he win? And I gave you an honest answer. No, because Mitch Richmond is not the player that Scottie Pippen was. That analogy fits for every single person that won a championship. If you take their second best player and you downgrade them, replace them with a player that is smaller than them and doesn't do what they do on the defensive end. I guarantee you every single one of those players would have lost in the championship. Are you talking, Lamont? What are you doing?
You're giving me like more power. You're making my take better. I'm just letting you cook more.
No, it's not making your take better.
I can feel it surging.
You keep trying to say that because he had this help, it makes him a lesser of a person.
No, I'll let you know. I'll let you know when you finish. But I just feel it. I mean, it's not me. It's just. All right. So
go ahead. You can go ahead.
So if you think back, there were really only 2 people prior to Jordan getting drafted There were really two people that foresaw Jordan's greatness. It was Bobby Knight and it was Clyde Drexler. Bobby Knight's advice to teams in the NBA, he said,
I disagree with that, but go ahead.
Bobby Knight said, if you got a guard already, draft Jordan. If you already got some, it don't matter who you have, draft Jordan. If you have a great guard, draft Jordan. Clyde Drexler went and begged the Portland Trailblazers, even though he was a shooting guard. Draft Jordan. Draft Jordan. Even though they played the same position, because these two people understood how great he was, and that irregardless of position, these two great players, these talents, you can make it work. And really, superstars, irregardless of position, it's up to the superstars to make it work, not necessarily their position. Superstars will make it work. It's not the position. Superstars will conform their talents to make it work, even defer their talents to make it work. So, irregardless of position, we know that having two shooting guards on a team, if you put Mitch Richmond and Jordan on the same team, I don't believe, unless Scottie Pippen is right with what he said, because the only way it doesn't work with Mitch Richmond.
I'm gonna push back on his statement too.
But what you said was it wouldn't work necessarily with Mitch Richmond because of Mitch Richmond's inability to defend. And what Scottie Pippen said, he can't defend at that level.
He can't defend Pippen's role. He can't.
Well, you can't
Pippen's role.
That's correct. That's correct. So what Pippen said in his book,
which is still not true, but
Jordan
don't want to do anything.
No, he said Jordan didn't want to. He didn't want to pass. He didn't want to rebound. He didn't want to defend the best player.
6 assists. So, hold on, 6 assists.
Yeah,
and 6 rebounds a game for a career.
But one thing hold
on. The facts is he averaged for his 16-year career 6 assists and 6 rebounds. I don't call that somebody that doesn't want to rebound.
But one thing we've already proven on this channel is that cumulative stats don't always mean you were great at that specific category.
Hey, Lamont, I didn't say he was great at either one of those. But to say that a man doesn't want, see, we have.
Hold on. It's not me though.
I understand.
This is Scottie.
You have to look at
on the team.
When he says a guy doesn't want to rebound, but the guy averaged 6 rebounds for his career, and he played 16 years. Don't tell me that guy don't want to rebound from the two-guard position. Because here's the key: besides Russell Westbrook and Oscar Robertson, you're not going to find many more guards that average more assists than Michael Jordan. Me and you both know. Or rebounds.
But me and you both know if you're playing over 35 minutes a game, you're going to walk into 3 or 4 rebounds without even trying.
That's not true, but that would be their average too. There are plenty of guys that are 2 guards that only average 4 rebounds a game or 3.5 rebounds a game.
True.
When you get to that 6 and that 5.5 and 6, you are telling people that I'm going after it to win. Especially in both of those categories. So Michael Jordan's stats prove Scottie Pippen's statement to be incorrect.
So if stats can prove these statements incorrect, so would you defer to the fact that Allen Iverson is a great defender because he led the league in steals a few years?
Steals does not. Yes, I want some. The Sapporo. Steals does not tell the whole story on the defensive end. It is a stat that goes to defense, but it does not tell the whole story because you can put in their rebounds, you can put in their deflections, you can put in their charges. All those things go to show as a statistical stat to prove that someone plays decent defense, not just steals.
We can move off steals then.
Okay. Because Jordan averaged a lot of steals too.
Russell Westbrook averages on a year-by-year basis a lot of assists. But would we say he's a better playmaker facilitator than guys like Chris Paul and other players who facilitate but turn the ball over much less? We can even go to a Ben Simmons. But Ben Simmons' assist numbers will lead you to believe that he's a high efficient playmaking guard because the assist numbers are there. But many people who watch will say his playmaking suffers to a certain degree because he turns the ball over a lot.
Well, these guys get their assists in a different manner than the point guards of old. Again, that's why I said Chicago was the best constructed team, and people had more defined roles. We're playing in an era now that considers this a positionless era. So these guys, because they dominate the ball now, these point guards dominate the ball. They're going to get more assists just because they have so many more possessions with the balls in their hand. They have turned literally point guards into point two guards because they dominate the ball and they take the majority of the shots on the teams. So the game has just changed. It's changed. I can't say it's evolved because people say evolved and they think it got better. I can't say that, but it has changed. So it's unfair to try to compare the two.
But it will be bad on these coaches. The game has changed because things like the zone have helped change the game. It would be stupid to play like a 90s team in this era with the way teams can zone up and take away a lot of those back to the basket post plays with a man-to-man matchup.
You know where I kick back on that at, Lamont?
Yeah.
In the regular season, you may have an argument. You don't have it in the playoffs, though, Lamont. Because in the playoffs, guess what happens? Teams slow down. They run the half court more. They control the pace more. They push all these new age shooters off the three-point line. Don't give them as many threes. And they force teams to play from inside out instead of outside in like they want to do during the regular season. And that's why when we get to the playoffs, and you've seen it from facts, this ain't my opinion, the last teams that won, you could just go back and look probably the last 4 champions. I guarantee you when you look at the size of those teings,
they're much bigger.
Those teams had 2 things in common. They were more bigger, and they had a better interior better inside game. They scored more points in that paint than the other team. And on top of this now, and they scored more points in the paint. They did bigger. They had a bigger team, and they scored more 2-pointers too.
But one thing you're not considering is that the difference between, again, yes, the game does slow down in the playoffs, but teams do play more from the inside out. But the bigs,
that's a 90 style though. That's a 90
style. No. Hold on. Well, because let me finish. Because it's not a 90 style. Because with man-to-man matchups on, your bigs have to be more efficient at passing, playmaking, and putting the ball on the floor because of the zone. So as opposed to the 90s where you could do like Patrick Ewing, catch it on the low post, stick your elbows out, look over each shoulder, post up and take your time and score in this zone-driven era, you literally have a second, and coaches preach this in NBA practices. You need to shoot or pass within 1 second. That's how fast the zone can take away your reads, your shot, your looks. And so what I'm saying is, this is what you said.
Most teams don't even play zone in this
era. Hold on. That's not true. Most teams play man-to-man matchup zone. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Well, what I'm saying is, so your bigs, just like we saw Jokic, this is why you see bigs like Jokic now have a lot of efficiency in the playoffs, because when you can make from that post position out of the zone, you're more lethal than a guy who could just be back to the basket. What did they try to do to Jokic to slow him down in the playoffs? They try to kill his ability to play make. They allowed Embiid to drop 30 a game last year in the playoffs, and they focused on taking away the Sixers. The Atlanta Hawks focused on taking the Sixers' ability to play make away, because they knew on Joel Embiid, the one thing he wasn't going to do was be an efficient passer out of that. They knew he would score. So again, that 90 style, going to the big, allowing him to score, is ultimately one of the things that handicapped the Sixers. I mean, and again, it's due in part to some of those guards not being able to make shots, especially Ben Simmons. But that style of play ended up being a detriment, especially when the team focuses on killing your playmaker. This is why you need those positionless guys who can make shots, make quick decisions, put the ball on the floor, and add more to their game into their bag.
Joel,
I think that's just fact.
You can use the Joel Embiid example because that team is not a great 2-point shooting team.
But I used the Denver Nuggets as well.
You didn't let me finish. You can use that as an example, right? But it still doesn't take away from the fact that the teams that have played a more 90 style, which is clearly inside.
That's not a 90 style.
You don't think Inside Out is a 90s
No,
style?
what I'm saying is what the inside out that you're describing, is throwing it into the post and the guy's doing a back to the basket move. Patrick Ewing, his teammates hated him. Why? Because the man wouldn't pass the ball out of the paint. And when he did try to pass, he was turning the ball over. So it's not the same style because
naming guys that didn't win championships.
Because most of the bigs of the 90s because most of the most of the bigs of the 90s did not win championships.
Even with
only Hakeem was the only big to win championships. He didn't win until the end of the 90s, and that's when they got one of these utility big. That's when they got. Hold on, Elder. Hold on, let me finish.
Making a point to Jordan's.
Hold on, Elder. Let me.
You're making a point to
hold
Jordan.
on, Elder. Let me finish. But you say David Robinson, but that championship doesn't happen without
another big.
A guy. No, it doesn't happen without a utility big like Tim Duncan, who can do what? He's a great scorer, facilitator. He can put the ball on the ground, and he has more in his bag than David Robinson alone.
But again,
same with Karl Malone. Karl Malone was a big where you dump it into him off the pick and roll or on the low post, and he's going to score. Same with Charles Barkley. Same with David Robinson.
Barkley was 6'4", man. What are you talking about?
And it ultimately did not work. It did not work then, and it definitely will not work now.
No, you're actually making a case for Jordan even more because Jordan just dominated an era where he was the best player. So it didn't matter if you were big.
But when I was talking, I don't know how we shifted the conversation to the bigs of the 90s. But when we talked about Jordan, my narrative with Jordan was the fact that you can't name an elite perimeter defender that he faced. Where are these elite perimeter defenders? Because the thing is, you can say that they're elite defenders. You can say that there are elite defenders in that era, but they're the bigs if they are elite. And Jordan's not going up against them bigs every single possession. Jordan's seeing them bigs.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you. I just want to
Jordan.
Really quick, if y'all mind.
Hold on, I got you. I'm gonna let you get your take next. Jordan didn't see Jordan. If you, like I said, are you gonna tell me it's John Starks? What elite defender? Are you gonna tell me it was Reggie Miller? Like, so the thing is, just Joe Dumars. Hold on. First of all, Joe Dumars couldn't even get the Pistons in the 90s to the playoffs, so he was irrelevant. And we're talking about in the 90s. Hold on. First of all, he wasn't elite enough. The most elite, the Bulls had the two best perimeter defenders. So Jordan never faced the best perimeter defender of the 90s, which was Scottie Pippen. Jordan laughed the thing with Gary Payton's defense, we have two players that have now called his defense fake. Jordan laughed it off, and Gilbert Arenas laughed it off and said his defense was similar to that of a Patrick Beverly. It was just pesky. It was not great.
That's so sad that you trust a statement by a guy, Gilbert Arenas.
No, I trust a statement by a guy that
40,
played. He wasn't 40.
He played against Gary Payton.
He wasn't 40. He wasn't 40.
I'm sorry, 38. Forgive
me. He wasn't 38.
Go look it up, bro.
He came in the league in 01. Gary Payton wasn't 40 in 01.
How old was he? Because Gary came in the league when? 80 what?
He wasn't 40 in 2001.
All I can tell you is this. You won't find another player to say Gary Payton was not an elite defender. Who else?
Jordan did.
No, Jordan said he wasn't a problem. Now, here's the key with Jordan. Name me one player that Jordan said was a problem for him. Name me one. Thank you. We can wait.
Hold on. That's
it. No. We can wait for
Lamont's point. He ain't played nobody. That's Lamont's point. He didn't play nobody.
Yeah, because here's the thing with Jordan. Guys,
you just made his point.
Guys, sorry. Here's the thing with Jordan, right?
Y'all not listening.
No, we understand what you're saying.
No, I listened to you this whole time, Elder.
We listened to you, but here's the thing, right? With Jordan, Jordan was in an era where, guys couldn't touch him. If you look back, even at his documentary, even the guys on his team was telling you that like Jordan was just the kind of man who, if the guys go on the field and defend him, they're not going to
give anybody that credit. Jordan would never give anybody that credit.
Of course he won't, because look at the era that they played in. You had multiple teams where everyone had, you got John Stockton and Karl Malone, you got Mason, and you got Gary Payton, you got Grant Hill. Every team had someone crazy, and a lot of people don't realize in this era right now is not a lot of players don't have that dominance where if you're playing another team that they're scared to play that team. And that's what Jordan had. He had that fire. He had that spark. He had that charisma. Where
Oh, say what
he
you
knew.
said again, bro, about this era. Say what you said again.
I'm saying in this era, right? In this league we play now. If you look at the teams that we play now, a lot of these guys ain't got that Jordan-esque in them because they ain't got that drive. A lot of people are tired of hearing about LeBron James because
okay,
LeBron.
so if that's the case,
hold on. KD got that. KD.
No. You said teams feared. Hold on.
You
He said
say
teams
KD.
feared Jordan. You said teams feared Jordan.
They did.
Hold on. Actually, the factual statement would be they feared the Chicago Bulls because when Jordan was without that help of Scottie Pippen and Phil Jackson, he had a losing record in the NBA. Nobody feared him. When he went to the Wizards, nobody feared him. When he was with Phil Jackson and Scottie Pippen, they were feared because of the team and because of what Scottie Pippen said. Because Scottie Pippen said, yes, we helped him be the great ISO scorer that he wanted to be because we did everything else. He was a facilitator, defender. He says Jordan didn't want to defer to Scottie Pippen's words.
Okay, I'll give you that now. Back to what you said about KD, right? People can't fear KD because guess what? KD, he's a scorer. Jordan did everything. KD is a great scorer.
What do you mean, Kobe? Jordan did everything. What do you mean?
Okay, so
he didn't play no.
When's the last time?
Hold on, bro. He didn't play no Kobe's. He didn't play no Kobe's and none of them niggas in their prime. I'm talking about in their prime. I'm talking about in their prime when he was winning them championships. When he was winning them championships, he was playing against mediocre guards on the wing. I'm keeping it 100. I don't want to hear nothing y'all niggas talking about,
mediocre,
bro.
right?
Like was
Yes.
Jordan
Hold on, since we're gonna hear what Jordan said about Gary Payton's defense.
Hold on, is Gary Payton top 10?
This elite.
No, I don't think
people.
I'll compare
top 10 point guard all time.
I'll compare Gary Payton to like a Patrick
No,
Beverly.
he ain't.
He doesn't pain the butt.
You never saw Gary Payton. He ain't
Hold on, no. What did Jordan? We got
better
two.
than Patrick Beverly.
We have two examples from NBA players who call his defense fraudulent.
Oh man.
Oh my God.
Why don't y'all take the NBA players when it's in y'all favor? Y'all take the NBA players for what they say, but when it's not in y'all favor, y'all don't like it.
I'm asking
I think that's
true. Another player besides Gilbert Arenas, arrogant tail, that says Gary Payton doesn't play great defense. Just find me another one.
All I know.
Hold on. The onus will be on you to find somebody.
No, they don't say on that. His record said, "Hey, hold on. His record says that he's one of the greatest defenders. Defenders in the
he was one of the best defenders.
Them niggas, them point guards wasn't like that.
Hey, Lamont, do me a favor. Hey, Lamont, hold on. Lamont, do me a favor.
Hold on.
You do the stat. Hold on. Do me a favor. You do the stats. Pull up Gary Payton's stats, and let's see how many defensive awards he won. Let me
ask you. Hold on. Let me ask you this, Elder.
I bet you ain't gonna do that.
One thing. Hold on. I'm gonna give you an example.
He won like
hold on. Let me say one thing, Al. Well, when I asked about,
I don't have to find nobody to prove it. Then
hold on. When I asked about Bill Russell, we hear a lot of people say, even let's go to Will.
A goalpost shift.
Hold on 1 second. I'm giving you a similar example. We talk about Wilt. We talk about Wilt and his greatness. A lot of people say, well, he was only great because he played insurance salesman. He played against inferior talent. So the thing is, if we can look at the 90s and know that on a night in and night out basis, Gary Payton wasn't guarding inferior talent. Just like y'all said, Bill Russell and Wilt and all of these other guys were getting guarded or defended inferior talent. We can look to the 90s and say Gary Payton's defensive greatness could potentially be a myth because when you look at who he guarded on a night in and night out basis, these are guys that either weren't scorers.
Who was he guarding?
Hold on. As Elder said, most of the point guards. No, he said most of the point guards in the 90s were facilitators, so he didn't have to worry about stopping point guards from scoring. And then a lot of the shooting guards outside of Reggie Miller, outside of the Reggie Millers and these guys, you couldn't name a lot. John Starks.
My words. I didn't say that.
John Starks is on the list for being one of the top 10 shooting guards in the 90s. So if John Starks is like number 5 on your top shoot, so he was guarding either point guards that didn't want to score and they just wanted to try to facilitate, or shooting guards like John Starks or below on a night in, night out basis.
And then still got gentlemen swept in the
Elder, you said that in another stream.
I didn't say it was a scrub.
Hold on. If John Starks
He
and
still
Eddie
got
Ayers is in
gentlemen
your top
swept in the
5 at the
finals.
position, John Starks.
You said top 10.
John Starks.
I didn't think he was that.
John Starks is top 10. If you pull up the top shooting guard,
he was though.
If you pull up the top shooting guards in the 90s, John Starks will fall at 4 or 5.
Yeah, John Starks is number 10. And
I understand that.
Yeah. He ain't no 4 or 5.
And that's and that's sad.
He's not 4 or 5, but he's definitely.
Hey, Lamont,
you have to respect that he's
hold
in
on.
the top 10.
Lamont, do you have any other video?
Who was the shooting guards back in the night?
Hold on, Spiffy. I'm asking Lamont a question. Do you have any other videos, any other clips, any other articles that players support what you think when it comes to saying that the 90s era was weak? Anybody besides jealous ass Gilbert Arenas?
Yes.
I'm just asking.
Yes, I know one off the top of my head.
Sure.
Hold on. Let me tell him. Hold on.
No. I don't want you to tell me. I want to see the proof.
I don't think that the 90s.
Scottie Pippen was
Elder, I would pull it up. Hold on, y'all. I can't pull anything up right now because my fingertips are too hot, and I'm gonna blow the goddamn laptop up if I touch the laptop right now. This is why I haven't really been typing and touching the computer because I can't. So I can't look nothing up right now.
Yeah, whatever.
It's crazy y'all buy into this propaganda, man. It's crazy.
It is.
But hold on.
Hold on.
Who's next?
Who's next? Hold on. What's crazy is that y'all want us to buy into the nostalgia.
You have guys
of
that
the
wouldn't
90s
own up to watch the 90s era to tell me that the era was bad.
Hold on. Who hasn't had they take yet?
Me and Spiffy.
Joan.
Hold on. Go ahead. Is that Mr. Miles? Hold on.
Me. I ain't really had.
I know. I said you, Spiffy. I said you.
You pull up when I turn into this form. You really think this is
I have
safe?
to, bro. Yes, I have to.
You pull up when I'm Max Ether form.
I'm disappointed in you, bro.
You pull up when I'm in Max Ether form.
How?
Because okay, hold on.
You disappointed?
Is Spiffy going first, or am I going first?
He hates on the 90s.
No, let me let.
No, you could go.
Let Spiff go
I'll
first.
Go after you.
You sure?
Go ahead. Good.
Okay, thank you, man.
Right,
hey, man, first and foremost, man.
Hold on. He said,
my bad. I thought you said I could go, but go ahead.
Go ahead, bro.
Okay, cool. I'll go. Yeah, man. First and foremost, you guys. Okay, cool. First and foremost, for those who are listening, Lamont started off by saying 2 lies. Okay, he said that the zone defense allowed the bigs in the 90s not to contest at the rim consistently. That's a lie. There's video footage to contradict everything he said about that.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
You said the zone defense. You said Bill Wellington.
No, hold on. What I said was.
Yeah, let me talk, man.
Hold on. I'm telling you right now. What I said was with the illegal defense. I said with the illegal defense. Bigs could camp at the rim and contest a lot because bigs in that era weren't going to the perimeter, and there was no defensive 3 seconds, so they could camp in the paint.
Who told you there wasn't no defensive 3 seconds?
There wasn't.
Yes, it was. It was high.
There was no defensive 3 seconds in the 90s.
That came later on. That came
later on. Defensive 3 seconds came later on.
We had defensive 3 seconds.
There was no defensive 3 seconds in the 90s.
Yes, it was.
Let me finish.
Just go look it up.
Yes, it was. What the difference is now?
Hold on. There was offensive 3 seconds. There was no defensive 3 seconds. The defensive 3 seconds had to get implicated with the implementation of the zone. So with the zone to stop bigs like Shaq from just camping under the rim in a zone, right? They put in defensive 3 seconds. It was not when they had illegal defense. Come on, y'all gotta get that out your mind. There was no defensive 3 seconds.
Okay, cool, bet, bro. Okay, cool. So
okay.
Let me finish real quick.
You can just look it up.
Okay, yeah, cool. Okay, so those who are listening out there.
That's fact.
Okay, cool, whatever. Man. So, like I was saying, okay, everything that Lamont said about Jordan on the post, playing one-on-one and fucking guys not helping out and stuff. We saw Jordan consistently fishing over 2 guys in the paint at the rim over bigs. And then he talked about defense in the 90s and guys on the perimeter being elite defensive players. Why can't it be the other way around? Jordan was so elite offensively, he made these guys look, you know what I'm saying, like B+ defenders. I mean, isn't that possible?
Yeah, but Mr. Moss, nobody here said, hold on, Mr. Moss. The good thing about it is we never said, hold on, Spiffy. We never said,
it's just my opinion, bro. It's just my take.
Mr. Moss, we never said Jordan wasn't elite offensively. But when you have an elite offensive talent, that on
Nobody
a night
can stop it.
then when you have an elite offensive talent on a night in and night out basis sees literally no defensive pressure on the perimeter, then he's going to look. You're going to expound that offensive greatness by 10 because like I said in the beginning, I don't think there was no Klay Thompsons on the perimeter. Right, there were no Giannis's that he had to see. There were no
let me finish, bro. Please. Okay, cool.
So
I hear you, bro. Okay, cool.
Okay,
man, fuck LeBron.
Let me finish, Lamont, if I can, bro. Please.
You tell me the elite perimeter defenders, and maybe
you guys,
you'll have
listen.
a better case.
Let me finish my
LeBron ain't fucking with Kobe.
Hold on,
Nobody even talking about LeBron.
bro. Lamont, let me finish what I'm saying, and then let them assess it. Okay, please.
conversation?
Is that fair?
We not
Go ahead,
talking
man.
about
I muted him.
Can you mute their
Stop
mics
coming
or?
in here switching the narrative, bro.
Go ahead, Mas.
Okay, cool. Thank you. You guys just go look at the defensive schemes. Like guys in this era right now are getting wide open corner threes. That never happened in the 90s because those teams had they stood on defensive principles, right? In this era, it's a fucking open highway to the basket, no defensive three-point shooting whatsoever. You got guys on the weak side who's in fucking la la land, right? I mean, this is fucking pathetic. So that's that.
So what
Lamont,
was the
you keep bro? Let me finish and then you assess what I said.
All right, let's go.
You
You got 30 seconds.
30 seconds. God
Yeah.
damn. Okay.
I got
And then
some
you talked. Okay, cool. And then listen. And then Elder broke down MJ's rebounds and assists and scoring points. And he talked about power forwards and shooting guards and point guards doing their personal assignments. Don't you think that if LeBron James allowed his guys to play their game, maybe he wouldn't have lost so many finals? I mean, doesn't that make your job easier by letting your point guard be the point guard, letting your two guard shoot, letting your center rebound? I mean, isn't that fucking basketball 101? Like, why is there this narrative that because a guy grabs 27 points, grabs 7 rebounds, and dishes out 7 assists, he's the best all-around player? And then you said, quote, MJ's, those are accumulative stats. Well, if that's the case, then that's across the board then for LeBron, fucking Westbrook, James Harden, MJ. I mean, that's right? True. I mean, keep the same. I mean,
hold on.
We
Mr.
must be consistent.
Mr. Russ, all right, now I got questions. Now, what you just
I'm not
said,
done yet, though. Hold on,
I'm gonna cut in real quick because I don't want people to forget some of the things that you said. What you just said was the same thing I just said. I said if you just strictly look to the numbers, then looking to the numbers would say Russell Westbrook's a great playmaker. There are other things that make you a great. I would say Chris Paul and other guards in this league are better facilitators if you just run to the numbers. So in Jordan's case, I'm not going to purely just look at the 6 assists and 6 rebounds and just say he was great at those two things. Because as I know by playing, if you're a player that starts and you play 35, 38 minutes a game, you're going to walk into 3, 4, 6. You're going to walk into some of these rebounds, especially if you're halfway aggressive on that end of the court. This is why Russell Westbrook, just off sheer aggression and just going after the ball, can collect 8 rebounds a game. But I'm not going to say he's a great rebounding point guard because that's one of the reason his rebounding is really a tribute to his bad defensive stances, getting out of position. He's out of position defensively, so his rebound numbers are elevated because he's out of position on defense half the time.
Correct.
So there's so many things you got to play. All right, oh man, go ahead.
Let's just give me like 40 seconds, and then Spiffy's next. This narrative that fucking John Starks was the fucking 5th best shooting guard in the 90s. Stop that nonsense. MJ, Clyde, fucking Reggie, Steve Smith, Allen Houston, Iverson, and Mitch Richmond. What are we talking about here, man? Who the fuck has John Starks in the top 5 as a shooting guard?
Hold on.
This is crazy, man.
I just randomly typed the list in. And I typed that list in, and John Starks on that list. Steve Smith wasn't. He was at the bottom of the list. And then some of these
why
guys,
are you typing the list for them? I mean,
some of these guys
just go off your dome, bro.
No, what I told you was, first of all, a lot of these guys that you just mentioned,
can't go off his dome because he didn't watch the night.
A lot of these guys that you just mentioned were perennial losers. So first of all, at least
John Starks, who missed fucking 12 threes in Game 7 versus my Rockets.
At least
what
John
that mean?
Starks. At least John Starks.
We're not going to win that game up, bro.
Okay, go ahead. Hey, man, okay, cool. Go ahead, Spiff.
You're talking about Mitch Richmond. Okay, tell me how many playoff battles was Mitch Richmond in the 90s?
So he's not better than John Starks?
No, let me ask you. No. Okay, so see, and this is
what are we talking about here, man?
Hold on, Master Moss. See, when you make that argument,
team wasn't that great.
Hold on, Elder. Hold on. I'm trying to talk to Moss. When you make the argument, when you make the argument that irregardless of playoff success, just looking at their games tell you who's better, then what you're doing with that argument is you're actually making an argument for LeBron James. So, because you mentioned his six losses. Hold on, Mr. Moss. You mentioned his 6 finals losses. So you know that irregardless of the 6 finals losses, if you look at his game, he's better than a lot of people that you glorify.
No. He's not better than MJ, Kobe, Tim, Magic, and Larry Bird. That's who I glorify. So good try. Good try.
Better than Kobe. Hey, listen,
you like that shit, Elder?
Kobe and LeBron.
You like that shit, Elder? Yeah, I know.
Bro, come on,
what's
bro.
up, SFM, bro?
I've been telling you niggas this for months, bro. Y'all need to cut.
Yeah, he better than Kobe.
How the fuck y'all comparing a nigga to Michael Jordan and the nigga ain't top Kobe? The nigga ain't top Kobe. Yeah, man, y'all need to cut this shit out,
Kobe, bro.
Come on, man. A nigga can't top Kobe's shoes.
LeBron,
just like my nigga C here. Just like C here say LeBron can't tie Kobe's shoes, nigga.
So let me ask you a question.
I don't give a fuck what CEO said. I'm telling you what I said.
Listen, you can't go from 4-10. We can't go from 6-0. You to go to 4-10. No, that ain't how it works.
Hold on.
We don't go to positive. We stay positive. We stay positive.
You niggas gonna bring up the nigga that got 11 rings.
Hold on, y'all. We're not gonna do the.
Bro, he played podiatrist.
Hold on, Jones. Let's just.
We don't need 2 teams, right?
SFM. Hold. First of all, we're not gonna. We talk about MJ today. Don't talk about Kobe or LeBron. Let's hear your take on MJ.
All right. Like about what? About what? About him being the GOAT, I got Kareem as the GOAT. You feel me? But I got Michael too.
Okay, so why do you have Kareem? Why do you have Kareem over Jordan?
Because if you put in his whole numbers and like accolades, even within the first 10 years, just like you compare to Michael Jordan, he gonna beat everybody, regardless. Well, he gonna beat him. You feel me? And his accolades gonna wipe everybody. You feel me? He wiped everybody out the door. When it comes to accolades, he's the greatest of all time. But I'm not saying just cause off his accolades, he's the greatest of all time. When you talk about what he did with Magic, just because he got 2 Finals MVPs, his impact without him, they not winning nothing. You feel me? When he came into the game, he was the best player day one when he came into the game. Okay, Oscar Robertson ain't win nothing before him. You feel me? He came in doing what he wanted to do. Simple. Just like Michael Jordan. You feel me? It's rather 1A or 1B, however you want to put it, 1 or 2.
So for you, it's not the 6-0 is not the end all be all, correct?
6-0. Nah, it ain't the all and be all. 6. I like the 6-10 too. You feel me? 6-10. 6-10. That's what Kareem is. 6-10. 2 Finals MVPs.
So
then I led every finals. He had. You feel me? He should have won the goddamn Finals MVP in 1980 for sure.
So because I hear you.
And LeBron not on that level. LeBron not on that level.
Debates, I hear you using LeBron's 4 and 6 in the NBA Finals record a lot. So
not just that.
I wasn't bringing LeBron up. What happened?
Oh no! Don't just
and see SFM. One thing you like to do, because what Mr. Moss said is he says, look at highlights of the 90s and you'll see Jordan scoring on multiple people. That is a fact. Highlights will show you Jordan scoring over multiple defenders. But sitting down watching entire games, it will 100% give you a completely different perspective of those games. Like I do, and I even play those games on my channel. I play those games on my channel. Yeah, you guys can hand select any game from the 90s. I will play it, and we can watch it together on one of these live streams. Because what it's going to do, again, is going to start changing this mythical conception that Jordan just every play was getting contested by 2 and 3 bigs. Yes, he had a few good layups on 2 and 3 defenders and all that. Yeah. But you know what I mean, Elder. I'm not saying it was a few.
Hold on. But look, just because
no, he doesn't.
Hold on. Just because the zone ain't hit the 90s. What's to say that they ain't have defensive schemes? What they ain't say that they had defensive schemes that was harder. You talking about coaches? You talking about coaches, right? It wasn't just the zone. The zone just wasn't the only defensive scheme they had. You feel me? Why we don't go to the research?
So what defensive scheme did they have, SFM?
Hold on.
I don't know. I don't lie, but I know they had to have
no.
They had to have some logic. We can go. You can look into that.
SFM. Hold on. SFM. You have man principles and you have zone principles. Really, with then defense, or if you want to be a pressing team,
I got a question for you, Lamont.
Or I wouldn't recommend it at the NBA level. You can have pressing principles, which we saw the Chicago Bulls, which is unbelievable. Press teams in the NBA, the NBA level, the press teams from the starting game is unbelievable. That also might, go to some of the types of competition you were playing when you were able to press a team at the NBA level. But that's another topic. What I'm saying is you have man principles or zone principles. You use man principles in an era where there's illegal defense, and in zone principles, you're going to see more threes being taken. Right, you're going to see less. You're going to see less shots at the rim or less mid-range shots. And as Mr. Moss said, you probably, because a zone is 5 guys guarding the ball. So the weak side, yes, you're going to see more weak side threes. You're right, corner threes. He kind of ethered himself because he said in the 90s that corner 3 was always taken away. For one, you didn't have as many shooters. 2, the 3-point line was closer, and 3. That tells you right there it's going to be much easier to get to that rim because that weak side defender couldn't cheat off his man as much because of the illegal defense. So actually, the reality of the matter is that the paint was much more wide open. In the 90s, the only thing that cluttered it, the only thing that cluttered the paint in the 90s was that the only thing that cluttered the paint in the 90s was that opposing bigs could not shoot and stretch the floor to the 3-point line. So bigs could camp under the rim and rim protect.
Before I get off of here, I got a question before I leave.
Sam Perkins stretched the floor.
I got a question.
Arvidas Sabonis stretched the floor. Outside of those guys, no bigs would shoot 3, so they couldn't stretch the floor, so they had to camp low.
Not true.
Phil Jackson was the only one to be innovative enough to put a triangle out there and move his big out of the paint.
Man. That's Tex winning.
Yeah, how does that triangle work?
I can break it down for you.
6 chips. They got 6 chips.
I didn't say it didn't work.
And explain how the triangle works.
Chips. You actually got 11 chips out of
the triangle is one. The triangle, everybody can't run a triangle. LeBron for sure, and he can't.
No, what you can't do. No, hold on. With the implementation,
he don't fit the triangle.
Hold on, with the implementation,
he don't fit the triangle.
Hold on.
His game not built for the triangle.
Hold on, SFM
at all.
First of all, the triangle can be run. It's one of the few offenses that you can run against a zone or a man. There's very few offenses that can do that. But what it is based on principles and it's based on who your best players are. So if it's LeBron James and he's a facilitator, like in that Scottie Pippen role in the zone, well, it's not that it won't work. It's going to change his role on the court, and you have to have a coach.
He can't fulfill that role that it changes.
No, hold on. First of all, the triangle is not about one player, y'all. It's about all 5 guys buying into their role.
I know this.
So let's not act like it's just that role. Watch out. Hold on. It's an out. Hold on, y'all. The triangle is still ran in NBA today. There are certain sets that have triangle concepts, just like horns. Horns, once you pass it to the wing, right? The dump down or pistol sets, those have triangle principle. So let's not act like teams don't use triangle concepts in their own offense. The pistol is based a variation of the triangle, and so is the horn set, depending on how you run it. And the Lakers run a lot of horns.
Oh yeah, we all know the Lakers run a lot of horns, but here's the thing.
But horns is built on principles based out of the triangle.
Right.
So let's not act like LeBron wouldn't.
The triangle got many different facets. But they
don't
can't run the triangle today. These boogers ain't smart enough to run the triangle. That's why they don't run it.
No,
you gotta be a little bit intelligent.
No, Elder, you can't run it the way they ran it in the 90s against those offenses.
He wouldn't be able to dominate.
They don't run the triangle because the players today are not smart enough to run the triangle.
What offense has LeBron ever been known for dominating? Kobe and Michael was known for dominating the triangle.
Hold on,
what offense have LeBron ever been known for dominating?
They were smarter IQ players.
Hold on, SFM. You don't even know any offenses that LeBron has even operated under.
Exactly, because I ain't heard of one. Exactly, that's my point.
No, the only reason you do it,
he is known for dominating. I said, what offense is he known for dominating?
Hold on.
Kobe and Michael was known for dominating the triangle. So tell me what.
All right, we're gonna tell you. We're gonna break it down. First of all, they run a lot of 4 out, 5 out. He's dominated both of those. 4 out, 5 out. He's dominated both. Hold on, is that Legend of Winning in there? Oh man, again. Everybody showing up for the match.
I got a question before.
Hold on. Let me let SFM back in, but I gotta get the legend of winning, man. Hey y'all, I'm sure everybody.
My question before I go.
All right, hold on. Let me get to your question. I'm gonna get to legend. I didn't know he pulled up again. This Max Ether has my eyes kind of blurry, so again, it's tough to see right now. Go ahead, Elder.
My question to you is this. You have all of these players that played with Michael Jordan, right? Through 10 years, 12 years with the Bulls, whatever. Let's just do the 6 years that they won the championships, right? You probably have about 45 to 50 players that played with Michael Jordan over those 6 years. Why is it that you only take one individual take on Michael Jordan? Can you give me someone else's that played with Michael Jordan that feels the same way Scottie Pippen feels?
Yes.
Play that. Who?
No, I have that video recorded. It's dropping tomorrow. Can't give you that video now.
I'm looking forward to it.
I got that video ready to go.
I guarantee this, though. The major majority, if you was to interview 25 of the players that play with Michael Jordan, 22, 23, 24 of them would have positive stuff to say, and they all would say he's the GOAT. Next to Scottie Pippen.
But you know why, though, Elder?
Why?
Because
Jordan ain't making no more money now.
No, I know. What I'm saying is they have to defer to that logic because Jordan beat them, and so that they don't diminish themselves. They can't run around saying Jordan was weak and wasn't as good as y'all say he is. But yeah, at the end of the day, they was getting smoked by him. So they have
I'm talking about players
they
that
have to over.
Lamont,
they have to
Lamont,
over elevate
Lamont,
his game.
I'm talking
nigga
about
average 40.
Lamont, I'm talking about players that played with Jordan on his teams, not players on the other teams. You got one disgruntled,
How's he disgruntled? Hold on.
Player.
Hold on.
And
just
you try to take that as gospel truth.
So if he would have said something positive about Jordan.
Jordan pissed off a lot of his players.
No, hold on.
Most of them boogers are realistic and realize he's still the GOAT. Pippen's the only idiot that's ever played with him that will say he's not the GOAT.
If Pippen says something positive,
find me another player that played with Jordan.
I know, but he's
not the GOAT.
I know, but here's the funny thing. If Pippen says Jordan's the GOAT and nobody can stop him, you guys will be fine with that. But simply because he said something against what you believe,
Lamont, you don't have any other Lamont, all I'm saying to you is this. You don't have any other players that play with him that agree with Pippen. None of them.
Jerry Stackhouse.
That played with him.
Isaiah Thomas.
Isaiah didn't play with him.
But hold on. Isaiah Thomas said he was over.
Jerry Stackhouse played with Michael Jordan.
Isaiah Thomas played more. You said this. He played more in the 80s. In the 80s, there was many teams. The Lakers, all them dominated. Pistons got theirs in. The Bulls didn't dominate the 80s. So what Isaiah said about him, hey, we weren't worried about him. That's a true statement.
Yeah, you're right. They didn't dominate until they got Pippen.
Didn't start dominating until those guys retired. When Isaiah, Bird, Magic, all them cats left in the late 80s, early 90s. That's when the Bulls start dominating.
All right.
No, they wasn't dominating even when
Hold on.
Before I go,
let me get to
Pippen got drafted 1987.
That played with him.
He was on the team when they was losing.
I just told you, Jerry Stackhouse.
That played with him. Put him up.
Okay, hold on.
I would give him more credit. If you got 4 or 5 guys that played with him, I don't think he the GOAT. That will give your argument.
Elder, that video is dropping tomorrow. That video will drop tomorrow. Hold on. Now let me get to the legend of winning. Because the last time
I'm out, y'all. Salute, fellas.
Salute, Elder. Now the last time I said DeMar DeRozan is this era's version of Michael Jordan, possibly. He didn't like that take, man. We got a legend of winning. He pulled up in here, man. What's good, man?
I ain't gonna hold you. DeRozan this year is playing similar to Michael Jordan. I ain't gonna hold you.
Yes, man.
At least offensively speaking, yeah, he definitely playing. He playing.
So walking Max Ether was correct.
Well, we'll see what happens in the playoffs because that's when DeRozan tends to fold. So we'll see when that happens. Yes, it's a lot of things you're saying that are hilarious. It's funny that some of these people in here are also buying into it. You can tell the level of ignorance is exuding from every word that you state, and some people agreeing with it too. especially some of these young bulls out here who don't know what they're talking about.
They don't know no better.
Look, first thing you said is first thing first. Let's talk about Scottie Pippen and Gilbert Arenas and the credibility that they will have We have to stop doing this thing where just because you play basketball means that everything you say is truthful. Scottie Pippen has been proven for a fact that he has been lying numerous times. When I say lying, straight lying. For example, when he sat there and claimed that Phil Jackson was racist because he didn't give him an opportunity to shoot the last shot, even though if you go back and you watch that game, the 2 possessions before that last shot attempt, Scottie Pippen had the opportunity to do so. He just missed it. He just don't want to admit that he missed both of them. So, and it's been proven that Pippen has redacted his statements about the comparison between LeBron and MJ throughout the years. So he's retracted it multiple different times, and he's shifted his ideology on it. Also, the comments made by Gilbert Arenas, I'm assuming that you're referring to, is also heavily skewed because when Gilbert Arenas or Gary Payton was of age that I think you're referring to, Gilbert Arenas had horrible games against Gary Payton. The only time Gilbert Arenas actually started going off on GP was when he was south of 35 years old, or north of 35 years of age. He was much older. It wasn't the same player. But when he was definitely getting dominated. Also, it's further proved that by many sentiments that when they removed hand checking, it did make it significantly easier for perimeter players to score the basketball. Matter of fact, that was the whole purpose of them to remove hand checking, was to make it easier for perimeter players. So there's a lot of things you're saying that are just
all right. So
incorrect.
It's not like when we go to hand checking. Yes, they removed hand checking. Actually, they didn't really remove it.
Yeah,
because players in the game today can still hand check to a certain degree. It's just that as soon as 2 hands touch, it's an instant foul. So the one hand can be there, and you can't stop a player's path to the rim with an arm bar. But again, it really wasn't effective in the 90s because most of the point guards in the 90s were facilitators, not attackers. The guys that attacked from the point guard position in the 90s actually were pretty good at getting through any of the hand checks. The Rod Stricklands, the Tim Hardaway's, guards like that who were attacking and could score, they went and scored. Allen Iverson also made light work of the hand check. Most of the guards, as Elder stated, of the 90s were facilitators. And as Gilbert Arenas stated, if you are a facilitator, the hand check can be disruptive because it's going to bump you off your route. You're not going to see passing lanes, things of that. But if you are a straight line scorer, if you got a guy that has a crossover, things of that nature, the hand check is actually going to be a disadvantage. And anybody who's actually stepped on the court and played knows that putting your hand on somebody and leaning your weight up against them like that is going to lead to it's going to be a detriment for you on the court, especially if you're going up against a great offensive player. So
we're not talking about leaning up weight though.
Hold on. Hand check. The hand check of the 90s were guards like Hershey Hawkins, guards like Gerald Wilkins, who would take their forearm and lean up on you, and they would have and what they're doing is they're impeding your progress to get to where you want to go. In this era where you're talking about non-pattern guards who can take the ball and drop you at any given time, that hand check will not have any real effectiveness on those guys. Will it work against some guys? Yes. But will it work against non-pattern players or attacking a scoring type? I mean, it wouldn't work against Jamal Crawford. It wouldn't work against a Joe Johnson. I mean, these are lesser guards of this era. The hand check will not be effective. It's not effective against scorers.
You would have to explain why majority of scorers, once they reduce hand checking, their scoring efficiency across the board.
Well, scoring efficiency went up because of the way they call fouls. So if we think about the player safety rules that they implemented, and these are things players can't control. And then when you think about the breakdowns in the zone, so 2 things we have to consider. Changes in the game. Guards are much more skilled. Guards are much better. Guards are bigger, stronger, faster. So it's going to take a lot more to stop them. You see these guys in the gym now, they are working 10, 12 hours a day, strictly on offense from a very young age. They're working on counter moves, how to counter, double counters, triple counters. So if they see 2 and 3 defenders, they already have counters in their bag to go against this. They literally practice offense all day, every day. This is why you see such gifted. What I'm saying is, right now the scoring numbers are up 1 because of the rules of the game. Now this year, that's kind of taking a step back. Scoring numbers actually dropped this year because the refs aren't called. Because what I said was the fouls. They're not calling. They're not giving the offensive players such a strong advantage. It's not the hand check. And what the defense is still there because the guards like Jordan, Tracy McGrady, Gant Hill, they told the league, don't bring the zone in because it's going to affect our individual numbers, meaning they would have to pass the ball more because you cannot attack the zone the same way. Right. This is why I have much respect for what Kobe did, because he went through a time in the game. I consider the 2000s the toughest defensive era of all time, where he had to deal with not only physical defense, but he had to deal with zones and all types of craziness. And so that's why I look at Kobe, and I think Kobe, to a certain degree, doesn't get it as much respect as he should get as a scorer, because he went through one of the toughest defensive eras of all time. I'm just looking to the crazy thing is, irregardless of the title of this video, I have Jordan as the GOAT, but not because of the 6-0, which is what most people run and defer to. But it doesn't stop me from talking about the level of competition in the 90s as well. The level of competition in the 90s, there's this mythicism about that era that is such a great defensive era, and I just don't know where it stems from, because the bigs were not as great defensively outside of Akeem Olajuwon and David Robinson. Patrick Ewing was not a great defensive big. Karl Malone was not a great defensive big. Charles Barkley was not a great defensive big, even though he was smaller. Even though he was smaller, but even these guys were not considered. Mutombo, yes, he was a good defender, but he also had an advantage. Just like this era has advantages on offense, that era's bigs had advantages on defense. With no defensive 3 seconds, they could stand at the rim, in a league where guys did not shoot the 3 ball as well. They could stand there and rim protect without defensive 3 seconds, and they didn't have to worry about their centers who couldn't shoot stretching the floor at the 3-point line.
But that's the reason why. I mean, just when I agree with you in terms of the toughest era of defensive competition. I agree would be the 2000s. But I think when people are referring to what they had to face in the 90s, it's essentially just based off of what the rules were set in place. So I mean, similar to today's game. I think there's certain defenders in today's game where they thrive off of the fact that it's a smaller era, it's more flexible, so you can have players who are a bit more versatile, who may not be dominant in one area, but as long as you're good enough defensively all around, you can look way better than you normally do. And if you do dominate in one area, regardless of how great you are in that one area, because there's so many versatility and flexible ways to play the game, basketball in today's game, you can be exposed. For example, Rudy Gobert. So even though what you're saying is true, it still doesn't completely remove the fact that, I mean, Jordan still faced competent defenders on the perimeter. And on top of that, I do believe that. And I'm not even saying that it's as good as it is in today's game or as it was in Kobe's era. But to make it seem like there weren't any competent perimeter defenders in that era is a stretch.
No, I didn't say. Okay, so what I'm saying is the best perimeter defenders, Rodman, Pippen, Jordan, were on the Bulls. Hold on. Let's say you give Gary Payton as one of the best perimeter defenders in the league. Outside of Gary Payton, on the perimeter, where are the all NBA defensive type defenders that could come out and give Jordan problems if he saw them?
That's not fair.
Where are the Klay Thompson? Hold on, let's hear him, Legend.
Just to piggyback off of what Legend said.
That question was for Legend.
And you kind of brought up a situation that kind of helps Legend.
Hold on. The question was for Legend.
About when you brought up about the time where now we're in the era where a lot of guys work on their offense more than their defense. Still mean that, of course.
Hold on, go ahead, Legend, with the answer, with the question. Right. Hold on, that question was for Legend.
So I mean, Michael Cooper, Alvin Robinson, Sidney Moncrief.
Hold on, but those are 80s players. We're talking about 90s players.
Then you can say Dennis Rodman, Joe Dumars, Gary Payton, Paul Presley, Nick McMillan, Dan Marley.
Yeah, the list starts to run really thin, and you're really pushing it with Marley.
Am I?
And you're really pushing it with and Paul Presley. I think his son might have been a much better defender, but I'll give you Paul Presley. I'll actually give you Nate McMillan. But
some of these players I just named also were finishing top 3 in defensive player of the year race as well. So unless you just believe that unless you just believe the defense back then was just so bad that someone like Paul Presley can finish top 3 in the Defensive Player of the Year race, or someone like Derek Harper can finish top 3 in the Defensive Player of the Year race for a year or two. Unless you just believe it's that bad. I mean, Gary Payton won Defensive Player of the Year.
Do you believe the level of competition in the 60s and 70s played a role in Bill Russell's defense looking so great?
The competition or lack of innovation?
Just the level, the level of talent in the league at that era, because we know Bill Russell was more advanced than his time.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe the level of talent that he went up against played a factor into how great he was defensively?
Yeah.
So is it wrong for me to say that the level of competition on the offensive side of the ball in the 90s played a role in some of these guys looking much better defensively than they actually were?
Yeah, probably so.
Probably.
But
that's all
our rebuttal with that was, doesn't that apply to practically every all-time great player?
Right.
There's some level of innovation and you being ahead of your time that applies to practically everyone. That applies to
how
LeBron
everything
as well.
moves forward.
Yeah, but the crazy thing, what we're seeing, especially after the 2000s, was we started seeing such an influx of talent in the league. Just such an influx of talent that just like when Stephen A. Smith brought up this, people fear Jordan, but they don't fear LeBron. Well, really, you don't really need to fear LeBron if I'm also walking in the gym, let's say, for example, with KD, and I see Steph Curry on one side, Clay on the other side, and Draymond Green behind me. My level of fear is going to go down because I got some running mates that can run with the best of them. It's the same when I walk into any gym. I walk in the gym with some runs. I might bring a dude that's suspect. I'm like, damn, I brought this dude. It's going to be a rough day playing with these dudes on my team. As opposed to if I walk in some gyms and I got some of my college teammates with me, well, I might have a bit more confidence, even if it's high-level talent in the gym, because I got my guys with me. So in the 90s, in the era, again, player movement was hampered. GMs gave players horrible contracts. The CBA was advantage to the teams and less favorable to players. And players like Pippen, Hakeem, who asked for a trade to get out of his bad contract. Pippen, who asked for a trade to get out of his bad contract. Magic Johnson, who signed a 25-year contract.
Well,
they can't do that no more.
Now.
No, I know. That's just saying how the CBA favored teams. And what it also did was it encouraged teams to not get better. This is why you saw teams outside of the expansion teams weren't really getting better in the 90s.
Well, let's go tell the full story. Half of what you're saying is true because in the mid-90s they changed that. That's the reason why players like Shaquille O'Neal was able.
The mid-90s they changed what?
They changed it. They made it way more favorable for players to move around. That's the reason why Shaq.
If you were already under contract, you're stuck.
Those are players who are under contract since the 80s. That's why I said we're specifically talking about the 90s. Midway through the 90s, they changed that. That's the reason why Alonzo Mourning was able to move. That's why Larry Johnson was able to move. That's why Shaq was able to move. That's why a lot of players.
Those were the players that played that got drafted in the 90s and really hit their strides in prime in the 2000s. The 90s stars were drafted in the 80s. Well, most of them were and had their primes in the 90s, and we consider them 90s players. So I don't want to bring up guys who hit their primes in the 2000s and act like they're 90s guys. They're not. Shaq, I don't consider Kobe a 90s player. He's a 2000s player, even though he was drafted in the 90s.
But he was drafted in the 90s. You got to consider him a
player for sure.
You consider Shaq a 90s player?
Right.
I consider Shaq a 2000s player.
Come on, bro. He's a 90s guy, man. This guy's in the 90s.
But the point I want to make is that what you're saying is partially true, but if you want to extend it to the 80s into the 90s, yes, that's how a lot of those players got stuck on those teams for a very long period of time. However, they did change it in the mid-90s, and that's how you got a lot of more player movement towards the mid-90s where players were moving around a lot more. But essentially what you're saying is still true, but it still doesn't address what I said before, which is that the idea, the concept that you have a player who has an advantage over the rest of the league applies to everyone because, again, most all-time great players had some noteworthy advantages over their competition, regardless if that was height, size, athleticism, team building, or the franchise that they were on, or even the coaching that was a bit more innovative than a lot of other coaches in the league. And again, I believe that also applies to LeBron. I believe that also applies to Steph Curry. That just applies to everyone. It's not just a Michael Jordan thing.
It does, but it doesn't take away from the fact that this era of basketball, especially from the 2000s on up, is far more talent spread throughout the league than any other era.
But what do you consider in terms of talent?
Hold on. Talent is talent is again. It's crazy when a team like the Warriors can stack their team, or with a KD, Steph Curry, Clay, and these are all stars and superstars, and there's still a plethora. Hold on, Jones. There's still a plethora of other teams that still have 2 and 3 all-stars, 1 or 2 superstars. It's still other teams that can even compete with that. Like, it was amazing that LeBron could still have a great team over in the East, and there were also teams that he battled with over there that had their own stars and budding superstars. I mean, it's just talent just blossoming out of it. This is why I believe we will never see another three-peat the way the league is constructed now. There's much talent in the league, and the way players can move around. As soon as you win a chip, teams are now gearing up, just like the Chicago Bulls, to just change their entire team over one summer. And now they are a potential contender to win the Eastern Conference Finals. We never saw that type of shift in the 90s. Teams could not do that. Teams didn't even have any incentives to get better, right, like that. So I believe a player like LeBron, because of his movement, actually made the league much more competitive, because now we see the Nets, now we see the Warriors, and now we see the Suns go rid of Chris Paul. And we see teams doing more than we've ever seen them do before to be competitive in this league. And I don't think that's appreciated enough.
I want to interject that real fast. Hold on. Because the other night you said Clay was just a part of the system. He only turned into Clay because of the system he's in. So
that's not what I said. That was somebody on the panel, Jones. That's not my word.
You agreed. You said if we remove Clay from that Golden State system, he's not Clay anymore. And I said, I don't think that's fair to the talent.
No, what I said was, in the NBA, Klay Thompson is defined as what you call a non or a pattern player. A pattern player is a guy who can be a great player, like a Chris Middleton. But if you put him at the helm on a team by himself, I do not believe Klay Thompson can still do the same. I don't think he can be a guy that can lead a team by himself. That's not his game. He's a pattern player, like a Chris Middleton. Put Chris Middleton on his own team.
So they're not.
He's not going to look the same. No, you can be an all-star as a pattern player, but will you be a superstar, or could you bud into something more than what you are? Probably not. You have limits as a pattern player. I believe Clay, Draymond, guys like Middleton, these guys all can be all-stars. They're pattern players, and they have limits. That's what I meant by that. So again, that doesn't take anything away from Clay. You are what you are. But he's in a great system with the Warriors, and that system is tailored toward what he does best. That's not knocking Clay. That's just being honest about what he can do on the court. I'm not going to put this.
Then piggybacking off a legend, the point you're making is you're saying that their ability to make these teams with the Steph, Clays, and Draymonds, I'm going to just use that because that's a beautiful example. Who's to say that Steph's generational talent didn't add and attribute to the Draymond and Clay? And the same thing could have happened in the 90s. A lot of these players that were naming in the 90s, they just didn't have the freedom like you're bringing up now to move and do these teams. So it's not a detriment to their skill level. It's a detriment to their freedom to move.
Exactly, John. That's what I'm saying.
But that's what
I'm saying is some of these teams, first of all, some of these teams couldn't get better, one, because of the expansion drafts and the expansion rules that took. Remember, the Charlotte Hornets, they had 2 picks back-to-back in the draft where they drafted Kobe, because as an expansion team, they had something called a draft concession where they got an extra draft pick. So they were able to double up, make 2 picks back-to-back. What if another team, let's say like the Pacers or somebody could draft in that spot, and let's say they draft Kobe. Let's say instead of giving that, because of the expansion teams that came into the league, that a lot of coaches like Jerry Sloan said watered down the league. What if that pick actually went to a team that was just needed that extra player on their roster to build up, right? But the expansion teams were able to double up on draft picks and snatch picks away from teams that were on the fringe of competing, because Kobe wasn't an extremely high pick. He wasn't in the top 10. I don't remember. I don't think he was. No, so that pick would have went to a team. That pick could have went to a team that's like middle of the pack and trying to get over the hump. Imagine a team like the Bucks, the Sixers at that time, or something like that, getting a Kobe on their team. that changes the game. But all of these picks went to expansion teams like Charlotte, and because they were so new of a franchise, they didn't know how to manage these picks. They ended up trading Kobe away, getting Vlade Divac. They bungled that. They had Larry Johnson and Alonzo. They bungled that. Like some of these expansion teams, like the Memphis Grizzlies, and the Vancouver Grizzlies at the time, and in the early stages of the Raptors, they were bungling their picks. How did the Toronto Raptors had Vince and Tracy McGrady fumbled that?
And I want to say this real quick, because what you're saying is fair. I'm not, because especially with the argument of talent being watered down in the late 90s, and I would even go as far as saying even in the early 2000s, because the draft classes in the late 90s, early 2000s weren't that great after like 97. Like they were fairly questionable at best. But I would also rebuttal that with the talent that you're arguing right now is a relatively new thing, like the amount of talent in the league. I would argue it's more so predicated over the last 5 to 6 years, because in the early stages of the 2010s, that I would argue that stretch of years was just as bad as the late 90s. The early 2010s, where Roy Hibbert, Brook Lopez, and Joakim Noah were arguably the cream of the crop of centers. The early 2010s, where after James Harden, after James Harden, it was an aging Wade and Kobe who were the next best two guards. Like, and then after Derrick Rose got hurt, we were basically just waiting on another up and coming point guard to emerge, because Darren Williams fell off the face of the earth, and it was really just CP3. And then they were trying to make argument that Rondo was somehow a top point guard in the league. So I would argue everything it goes in ebbs and flows. You'll go through a stretch where talent isn't as prominent. And so I still believe that even in that stretch, that's when someone like LeBron can dominate, especially when he when he stacks the deck in his favor when he goes to Miami and he's dominating, especially a conference that was extraordinarily weak.
So when we say LeBron stacked the deck, obviously we know LeBron has put himself on teams that were really good and they had a high probability of winning the chip. But didn't we see in the past GMs also stack the deck when we talk about, let's say, the San Antonio Spurs and the tactic that they used just to get Tim Duncan? They literally had a team that could have made the playoffs. They literally tanked that entire season just to get the number one pick and add a guy like Tim Duncan to their team when they were really already a very solid team in the West without him. And they were able to just tank a whole season, and nobody calls them not competitive or anything like that. Like, it was just a great strategy to get it, and it actually worked out and helped that team be stacked for years going deep into the 2000s. And they ended up winning 5 chips because they sacrificed one season. They tanked an entire season.
Well, I think because of the injuries, because David Robinson suffered from the prior season.
What I'm saying is David Robinson got hurt, but they weren't that bad to win 17 games or something ridiculous. They weren't that bad. They were at least a 500 team. They were intentionally losing and tanking games. They had Vinny Del Negro, Avery Johnson, Sean Elliott. They had a very good team still, even without David Robinson, but they were not a 17-win team. They got one of the worst records in the league just because David Robinson got hurt.
But I don't believe the draft doesn't guarantee wins. I mean,
but what I'm saying is, if you intentionally lose to stack the deck the next year by getting a Tim Duncan, how is that any different from what LeBron James did?
Because there are no guarantees through the draft. No, it's not the same thing. There are no guarantees through the draft. When you're a LeBron and you go play with a D Wade and a Chris Bosh and a Miami team that's already sort of contenders, it's different than when a good enough team stops and just like, you know what, we're going to lose. We're trying to get a number one. It's not guaranteed the same.
But Jones, there's no guarantees with what LeBron does, as we see right now.
It's already established versus the draft.
There was a guarantee.
You got to prove yourself.
Hold on.
Place he teamed up with.
Hold on, but what I'm saying is there's a risk in both strategies. The risk in both strategies is that one, like we see in the Lakers this year, you might have chemistry issues and it won't work. Others, we've seen injuries. All right. 3, we've seen a lot of things stifle it. But what the Spurs did was it was a high probability that what they were doing was going to work. And it did work. And they started seeing instant success out of it immediately.
And I
don't. It depends on what you consider high probability, because I wouldn't say it was.
Anytime you sign a free agent, or you as a free agent go to a team, there's a chance it won't work. When Kawhi Leonard signed with the Clippers, he knew that by him bringing along with Paul George, that they had an increased chance of winning the chip. Now, would it work? We wouldn't be able to know until they put the ball on the floor. But we know that they're going to maintain a very high level of competition, barring injuries and anything like that. They're going to be an extremely competitive team just by having those loaded up players. So all of those are risks.
I get what you're saying, and essentially, tanking is putting yourself in a favorable position to win. The only reason why I say I wouldn't say it's that high is because even at the end of that season, the Spurs still didn't have the best. I mean, they didn't have the worst record to get the highest odds to get the first overall pick. They still,
but it was bad.
But you're minimizing LeBron and the impact he had on that Eastern Conference and that team. You can't compare those things because LeBron was already running a trash team to the finals and shit. So we knew when he went to we knew what it was when he went there. It wasn't like, oh, they might be good. No, we knew who they were going to be.
That's similar to how
once. So it's not like he did it once. So you're comparing one situation. He didn't do this just once. He's done it 3 times now. And he makes trades while he's on the team, and a bunch of trades y'all
letting him off the hook. It still doesn't address the fact that LeBron still did. He still stacked the odds in favor.
Hold on,
in a weak Eastern Conference.
But Legend, I don't know why in the NBA this strategy of stacking your team is just this unforgivable sin, because outside of that, it's accepted. In D1 basketball, Duke University can sign 10 5-star recruits and then go play against Davidson or Tulsa and blow them out the gym. No team can compete with them, and it's all good. And we see it on every. But Legend, what I'm saying is, in every other level of play, high school, every other level on down in basketball, we see teams stack their deck from everywhere. But yet, when we get to the NBA, all of a sudden, stacking your deck is just this unforgivable sin, especially when your team has to play against that team.
I'm not saying that it's an unforgivable sin, but the same way that you're saying it's an irrefutable fact that, especially in the late 90s, the talent wasn't of par because of watered down league because of the expansion team. That's something that's outside of the control of MJ. Like, it's not his fault. It's not MJ can't tell the Hornets, hey, y'all probably want to keep that Kobe kid. Like, it's just, I mean, that's something that just happens, and that's a fact that we all address, we all acknowledge. The same fact that if LeBron goes on a team that features Wade and Bosh, or however you want to phrase it, and they're playing in the Eastern Conference that is lesser than, that's an irrefutable fact as well, you're going to stack the odds in your deck. Again, it's not LeBron's fault that the Charlotte or the Bobcats are horrible. It's not his fault that Philly decides to just start running this process and start tanking. It's not his fault. But it's an irrefutable fact that he is in a weak conference on a team that is dominated, that has multiple all-star caliber players. So it's just when you're highlighting that for MJ, you would have to do the exact same thing for LeBron.
Now, Legend, here's the difference.
They had massive advantages.
But here's the difference. The competitive balance in the 90s led to the Bulls winning, doing something that we will probably never see again, having 2 3-peats in a 10-year span. And potentially, if Jordan doesn't retire, you're talking about a team that could have won 8 straight. See, the thing is, the competitive balance affected the league so much then that it allowed one team to dominate over half of that era. And then even when MJ was gone, one team won those 2 chips when he was gone. So you're talking an 8-year stretch where only 2 teams won the chip, as opposed to now in the league, we're seeing every year, okay, the Bucks are up here now. Next, okay, now the Miami Heat are in the finals. Okay, now the Phoenix Suns are in the finals. You can say injuries or whatnot. You got the Lakers, you got the Clippers, right? You got so many teams. You got the Warriors who had a down year, bounced right back up, right? The Sixers made a rise, a resurgence, and they were number 1 seed in the East. You have so many teams, there's so much diversity in the league now, as opposed to the 90s when Jordan was in the league. Because of the talent imbalance, it was a given that he was going to win the chip. Just with Pippen and Rodman, which most of these people in here claim Pippen wasn't even a top 5 player of that era. So Jordan, and they try to say he did it alone. So Jordan alone, just with Phil Jackson, was able to dominate. Hold on. I'm referring to the comment. Nobody on this panel is saying it, but I hear hundreds of people coming here every day making that same sentiment. So
every
don't
time
act
you
like
say that, people refute you every time.
Hold on. First of all, hold on. You're not on. you're not even on half the panels that I have.
Okay,
so
but I still watch it, genius. I can just go ahead and get on all the panels.
Let's not act like, but you're acting as if people don't make that argument, and I don't hear it a lot. That's a lie.
I've never seen.
Wait, let's not drive this a different direction. Hold on, real quick.
Hold on, go ahead, Legend.
He's saying things because what you're saying still applies to the LeBron era. LeBron, it doesn't matter what team he's on, it's still him getting to the finals. He's dominating this. You're talking about parity. There's so little parity that he can still make it to the finals.
Okay, now,
times in 10 years.
Now, Legend, we go. Hold on, Legend. We're gonna use that right there. Now, he's been to the championship game, I think 10 times.
Okay.
Has he been favored in all 10?
No.
Okay, Jordan was in the championship game 6 times. He was favored in all 6.
Can I speak real quick?
No. What I'm saying. So hold on. What I'm saying, and also Jordan won all 6. So there are some finals, especially when LeBron was in his first stint with the Cavs, where he walked into the finals, and we 100% knew LeBron James is a great player, but he's not beating that team.
Yes.
Right. But 6. Hold on. What we're saying is, hold on. There was no time in Jordan's career where even though he was great, and Jerry Sloan even talked about this, there was nobody was going to pick the Jazz, even though the Jazz had a better record. I think that second time, nobody was saying, "Oh, the Jazz, they got better. They went and got this person in free agency." The Jazz literally had to run it back with the same squad. They had really no resources to get better because of how the league stifled player movement and affected teams like Utah Jazz inability to get good draft picks because of the expansion teams at that time were still doubling up on draft picks.
When you compare the Jordan and LeBron situation, you're regularizing a circumstance that'll never happen again. Never again will a player of Scottie's caliber sign for that trash contract. Never again will they. You're putting a bunch of things that just don't happen in a regular basis against something that was forced and that didn't have to happen versus something no one had control of.
The point is that even though it won't happen again, the point is that it affected an entire decade and opened the door for a guy like Jordan. Jordan took advantage of it, definitely, and it allowed him to win 6 chips because while these other teams struggled to get better and compete with him, he was over here collecting chips. And that's exactly what he did.
I'm not saying that he didn't. I'm not saying
I don't blame him for it.
It's not his job to say, I'm not going to win with the talent I have. But it's not LeBron's job. Wait.
I'm not blaming him.
And I'm agreeing with you. He did what he did to win. And I'm not mad at that because the coach brought him talent and he played with it. But what LeBron did was say, I'm going to go where there's already an abundance of talent. Bring
there was no abundance of talent in Miami when he got there.
D-Wade was there. That's
not an abundance of talent.
He had already won a ring. That is abundance of
Hold
talent.
on. That team was the team that won a chip in Miami was dissimilar. It wasn't the same team that LeBron got to his first year.
I understand.
So it's not like he brought Bosh with him. Yes. And he actually wanted those 2 players. He actually wanted those 2 players to come to Cleveland. But yeah, D-Wade, some of those guys refused to go sign in Cleveland because it was such a trash city and organization.
Dancing around it doesn't change the fact of the matter.
What I'm saying is,
was a top
I don't care. Hold on. I don't care. I don't care about what I'm saying is I don't care how the team was put together. I don't care if a player did it. I don't care if a coach or GM did it. I don't care. It was a good team regardless of how it was assembled. And you guys put so much weight into how the team was assembled. Y'all start disrespecting just that team was just a good team. Who cares how it got put together? They didn't violate any. They didn't violate. They didn't. Hold on. They didn't cheat the salary cap. They didn't break any rules. They followed the guidelines of the NBA. And all they did was put together a team that could win because the GM on the Cleveland Cavaliers and especially Chris Bosh in Toronto, we know those teams were not winning a chip with those organizational structures.
So they said advantage of a trash Cleveland organization that couldn't keep a top 3 player in the league at the time. That's exactly what the Heat did. They took advantage of the Raptors.
No, what the Heat did was
the Heat took advantage of the Raptors. Hold on. Could not keep talent, as you know. They lost Vince. They lost Brady. They lost everybody.
Okay, Jones. So why haven't you put flame to the GMs that put these players in the position where they wanted to walk? Where's your ether? Where's your ether for those GMs that did such a poor job? LeBron, your key players, your star players said this is such a trash organization on walking away. Right when they had the opportunity to make trades to make that Cavs team better. Same with Toronto. They didn't take advantage of any of those opportunities. And you mad because he walked away.
I'm not mad.
From organizations. The Toronto Raptors just became relevant. But you're talking about a Cleveland Cavalier organization that's still a trash organization.
And that's what I'm saying. The circumstance for LeBron was way different than Jordan's, and so I'm not mad at anything. All I'm saying is
I'm not blaming the player, so I don't care about the circumstance.
Anyone. I'm just putting responsibility and accountability where it goes.
But no, what you're doing is
LeBron understood.
Hold on, Jones. I don't want to go down that narrative because when we start going down this narrative, you're trying to blame LeBron for putting his team together. I don't care how the team was put together. I don't care. That does not change what his competition was in the league. Even though he joined a team with Wade and Bosh, they lost in 2011 to a Mavericks team that dominated the West. So just like they beat LeBron's team, which y'all say LeBron choked, which he did, they beat a Laker team. They beat a whole bunch of good teams in the West just to get there.
So hold on, I got a question. Refute the fact that the competition at that time between 2011 and 2015 was not that good.
Didn't warrant that move.
Okay, so if the talent wasn't that good, then how did the Mavs win the chip in 2011?
LeBron choked.
I'm not saying it was straight horrible. Of course, there's no talent, but it's not. It just wasn't. The talent across the league was not that good.
Remember, you have to be careful saying LeBron choked in 2011 because if you say he choked, what you're now doing is you're diminishing that Dallas team, and you're saying because we know LeBron is that great, he choked and he didn't win, and we know he's that great.
It was diminishing the Dallas team. That's just calling it what it is. They still won a chip and they still get credit. It's just that the Heat underperformed. They were favored. They were heavy.
Hold on. Generally, when you play basketball, if you underperform, it's usually because the other team played a role and you underperform.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is when a guy like Mark Cuban comes out and admits, he says this man LeBron James actually was making the right reads when we ran this weird oddball zone and it was the other guys messing up. Y'all never accept that. Y'all still say he choked, even though the other team said that LeBron James was making the right reads, making the right passes, and it was other guys messing up. Y'all still will go down the lane, even though
but I still said
I'm not saying James didn't perform. Obviously, there were situations where he wasn't as aggressive and whatnot. I understand that. But what I'm saying is when you say he choked and you want to diminish that Dallas team, that means you're trying to make it seem like this Dallas team was just trash and they just beat this superior talent that just choked.
We didn't say that they were the best player on the court.
My thing with it, let me say something real quick. I'm not saying with it is that big. No, let me go real quick. My thing is that
the only thing I was going to say is that both can be true. Both can be true. The Dallas Mavericks can be a really, really, really good to great team, and LeBron can also underperform. Both can be true. LeBron can underperform because the Mavericks played an exceptional zone against them, and it can also be true that LeBron underperformed because he shot horrible from the free throw line. They ain't got nothing to do with nobody else but him. He also played piss poor defense in very selective spots where they needed him. And on top of that, they needed him to be a much more accurate shooter. All of that can be true. It doesn't have to be one or the other. It can be both.
Right. No one's saying that.
I'm just saying, using that argument, I'm not making a case for either or. So you don't have to defend that aspect of how he played. I'm saying if you're going to go down the lane, just completely saying he choked and saying like he was missing, the thing is Mark Cuban broke down how they defended LeBron. He said they studied, hundreds of hours of tape. They found every weak point, his lowest percentage spots on the court. They were forcing in those spots, playing odd zones that he hadn't seen all year. And he said when LeBron figured it out, he was making the right play. It was the other guys messing up. But you discredit those comments. Even when Mark Cuban says LeBron James was making the right reads, y'all discredit and still say he choked. You put no onus on his teammates, who Mark Cuban says were the ones not making the right reads.
All can be
right, but here's the thing. Can I just jump in? I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you off. But here's the thing. With that, that playoffs time, right? No one's saying that LeBron was, not putting on LeBron. Of course, his teammates had, most of the blame as well. But most of the expectancy was on LeBron to go crazy and to, dominate. Now, we're not saying that what happened with the Dallas Mavericks, they dominated. Obviously, they dominated. But like Legend said, in the same breath, you have to admit that LeBron did choke. Because coming into the season, I believe, besides the game the series he had with Boston, that was his time to get a ring. Everyone expected LeBron to get the ring, but he dropped the ball. I'm not saying you're wrong on the fact that other players and Mark Cuban, they talked about how they read the defense and they read the game and everything. Of course, you're gonna blame other teammates and everything, but in the end, like every other player and every other team that has a big person that's a popular star, you're gonna go blame the big guy. Of course, that's being LeBron James. We thought LeBron was gonna be more than what he was. He didn't. Dallas, they destroyed him, of course. But no one discrediting the fact that Dallas, they did what they had to do. Just that LeBron just didn't own up to what he did, and he didn't bring the ring.
The problem with your take right there is that someone who's more credible with that team said something completely different. Now, you can say either Mark Cuban's a LeBron James fan or something, and maybe he's just trying to lighten the blow. But the thing is, we're talking about somebody who was with that Dallas organization, and he's the one that says it wasn't a choke job, because this is a narrative that Skip Bayless was pushing, and Mark Cuban had to shut it down, and he broke it down to a science. But again, that was a Skip Bayless take that he broke down. So if you guys are saying Skip Bayless is more credible than Mark Cuban, then we can ride with that.
He ain't the only one that watched the game. We watched it too. I watched it.
We all watched it.
Hold on, one at a time, y'all. One at a time. Let Legend go.
I got a question.
Hold on, let Legend get his take, and then I'm gonna go to you.
This is gonna be real quick, everybody. What we're saying is that everything doesn't have to be a hyperbolic statement. It doesn't have to be all on LeBron making poor decisions. So we understand that it's like LeBron made proper reads. We get that, but we also understand that when you have games where you only score 8 points, or you have a game where you're shooting 50 to 40% from the free throw line, or you have games where you defensively, forget even offense, even you defensively blowing coverages. When you have games and moments like that, that's literally like you shooting 50% from the free throw line got nothing to do with what the opposing team is defending you. You just shot 50% from the free throw line.
Okay, but Legend.
How come we be so quick?
Hold on, let him finish. Let him finish, y'all. Let him finish.
And all I'm saying is nuances. I don't think anybody, at least up here, and I'm not acting like these people don't exist. But we're not making a hyperbolic statement of saying that the entire reason why they lost is because LeBron choked. It's nuances.
So did LeBron choke in the year they lost the finals? And I can't remember the year right offhand.
2011.
Hold on. There was a year. Hold on. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Okay, so again, let's say LeBron played bad and he's the one that cost them to lose in 2011. So let's put the blame on LeBron. Let's go with when he averaged a triple-double in the finals and they still lost. Well, who's to blame there? Because I still hear people say, see, the thing is, and this is how you know it's just a hate for LeBron, because even when he averaged a triple-double in the finals and put up all the numbers that y'all were talking about he didn't put up in 2011, when he did do that and they still lost because they just played a better team, I still hear people running around saying they choked. Now, of course, I know people on this panel are going to probably say, oh, it wasn't me that said he choked. But as we all know, we know that people run around saying that he choked in that
those
same
are haters,
finals.
bro.
Even though so the thing is, I don't think there's James. I believe is damned if you, damned if you don't, because in final
those
series,
are haters though. Those are clear haters.
I'm not a hater.
I'm not saying you're a hater.
No.
I
He
want to go
built
back.
that team because I say he choked. I say that he built that team. Look, he built that team. He took it as far as he could carry it.
Level of competition.
Right. Those are the people who expect LeBron to be as big as Jordan, but
I'm not referencing. Look, I'm not pointing the finger at you guys for saying that, but we've heard that because admitting when we talk about LeBron, anybody, a lot of people say, "Oh, 6 losses in the finals," and so they don't never say, "Well, in this final he averaged a triple double, so we're going to excuse this loss." But then in the second breath, they'll run to 2011 and say, "Oh, he choked. This is why he can't be the GOAT because in 2011 he let us down. He didn't play well." But you don't give him no credit when he plays well in the finals that they lost, and he has historical numbers that probably won't ever be duplicated in this particular era.
Hey, Lamar, they blame LeBron for the bonehead move J.R. Smith made too.
LeBron should be blamed in that game.
Hey, Jerry West went to 9 finals, yo. We don't give him no credit for that. We don't care. Sorry, if you lose, you don't get no credit.
Right,
It ain't just about losing.
No,
You can't just say, "Oh, he's 4-6 and Jordan 6
with Miami, he was supposed to win. You had a stacked deck. You had
the
two.
team wins. It's not just an individual sport. You shouldn't just be like, "Oh, he's 4-6. He's 6." No,
But it wasn't an individual thing with Miami. He had two other all-stars. You had Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh.
Hold on, Trigger. I'm gonna let Trigger Man get his take. But let's not just cut in and let's not jump to a whole nother narrative or topic. like the thing is, you talk about LeBron in this 2011. Yes, they were supposed to win, but in your eyes, but you know what happens in the NBA? The best team wins, not the team that's you think is supposed to win.
Exactly.
A 7-game series is designed. A 7-game series is designed to show you who the best team is, and the best team in 2011 was the Dallas Mavericks.
I thought we were talking about Jordan.
That's all. So let's not run. So just because you thought the Miami Heat should have won, don't mean they should have won. Because I remember in 2020, a whole bunch of people thought the Clippers were supposed to win, and the Lakers won. So whoever you think's supposed to win, like Brooklyn last year, don't always win it because the best team generally wins. And last year it was the Milwaukee Bucks.
Hey Lamar, can I just ask something real quick? Just 2 seconds. Like, he said in Miami they were supposed to win. I'm not going to debate that, like they had a good team in Miami, but everybody be so quick to say he choked in 2011. But what about 2014 when it was D Wade and Chris Bosh who choked? LeBron averaged 28, 7, and 4, shot 58% from the field and 52% from three. But nobody like to mention that. They just like to say, "Oh, they lost," even though it was D Wade and Chris Bosh who choked. But they'd be quick to run in 2011.
Who said that?
I don't know who said that, but
to my understanding, Dwayne Wade's body was breaking down.
Said
Hold on, Legend never answered my question.
Okay, LeBron did his part the second time around. It was Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh who choked.
Dwayne Wade's body was breaking down.
None of y'all gonna say Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh choked. If LeBron was the one that choked, y'all be like, "Oh, he choked."
They didn't choke. His body was breaking down.
Yeah, I can answer that question for you. And I'm not saying that they choked, but again, you have two different players. You have two different set standards for different players. It don't matter. They still on the same team. I'm not saying what's right or wrong, but I'm just explaining you why people may say that. It don't matter. It's different sets of standard for different players. Same reason why Scottie Pippen going around crying about how he's not getting the respect he believes he's supposed to receive, which he receives more than enough credit, but he believes he's supposed to receive more. But it's just two sets of standards. It don't matter if a nigga is a key player on the team and he choke, we gonna call him out. I don't care about no. I agree with on the team. He's supposed to go out there and perform, not choke. It's not no.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. So basically, what you're saying is, all we have to do. So because a lot of people use LeBron James' finals record against him, all we have to do is go look to his performance in those finals, win or lose, and just simply judge him off the performances. Because
I agree.
The year he averaged a triple-double in the finals, y'all still say he lost, and you hold it against his record.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Nobody puts it into context. So the thing is, if you're going to do that, some of y'all's arguments are going to need to drastically change when we have these conversations, because I never hear anybody talking about his great performances, even in some of these finals losses.
Can I ask you two questions?
That's a fact.
All I'm saying,
because nobody cares.
Question for Legend.
Yeah, go ahead. What's your question for Legend?
I said he said, going back to what he said about level of competition. So that whole decade in the 2000s, when it was literally just the Lakers and the Spurs in the finals, you're saying that you didn't have a problem with that, but you have a problem with LeBron going to Miami Heat?
No, what I'm saying is between 2010, 2011 to 2014, 2015, around that stretch of years, it's an irrefutable fact that the talent level was lower than what it normally is, and that's not true. One of the what I'm telling you is a fact. We can debate about what the fact is.
Hey, can somebody mute their background? I hear a phone ringing. Yeah, come on, y'all.
That's me, guys. That's me, y'all. Hold on. Sorry, I'm on my job.
No, I mean it would be. I mean, we can go down a list of teams' records. We can go on how many losing teams make the playoffs. We can go down MVP caliber candidates and recipients. We can go down all NBA talent. Like we can do all that in that stretch of years. It's irrefutable. And we go to All Stars. It is irrefutably true that stretch of years was weak in contrast to other what you call it. It's not just
That's
just
a
who
fact.
made it.
Hold on, can I ask you a question?
That can't be true.
That's a fact.
So, because
why is
that can't be true?
Let's not change
Again,
the
like
conversation.
the Lakers and the Spurs were the only two teams
right? You said
throughout
that
the 2000s who was winning.
But that's that you're just talking about one metric to gauge off of how if an era is weak or not. I'm talking about everything. I'm not talking about who just made the finals and then that just determines if it's weak or not. I'm talking about who's consistently competition in the air in the league. Who's making the playoffs in time in terms of net rating, in terms of their record, in terms of offensive defensive rating, who's making all-star games, who's making all NBA teams, who's winning MVPs, who's setting records, who are the top 10 to 5 players in the league, how deep is the position. That's what I'm talking about. Literally everything. Anything that you want to just break down the aspect of competition, it was some of the worst teams of all time existed in that era.
Hold on. Can I ask you a question, Legend? Can I ask you a question, right? So, according to you, you said from 2011 to 2015, the talent was low during them years, right?
Okay.
What about the 90s when they had a bunch of expansion teams, and I think it was 1 year?
That was literally what he was responding to. Like, are you even paying attention to the fucking conversation?
Yeah, you might
finish. Can I finish?
Let him finish his question because he probably came in late and didn't catch that.
He probably came in late.
Yeah, he did come in late.
But like I said, it was 1 year where it was like 10 teams. They didn't even win 20 games. And then if you ask Michael Jordan out his own mouth, he said that his biggest competition was the Pacers. The Pacers, and plus, if you really want to break down the 90s in the East and the 90s, the only team that was really built to beat Jordan like that was the Magic. And they beat Jordan 1 year. Then afterwards, when Shaq left, then we seen what happened. So you saying, the talent level through the 2011 to 2015, the talent level from 2011 to 2015 was way much better than the 90s. If we're gonna be 100.
It wasn't. But
wait,
I don't even want to talk about
to answer, I think because like the other gentleman said, I think you may have missed the only reason why we even got to that point is because I'm also acknowledging that the late 90s were also weak. So I'm not. I know that people make misconstrue, especially people having these conversations, that someone is more biased one way or another. I don't care. I'm just telling everybody in here what the facts are. Yes, the late 90s wasn't that good. I would even go as far as saying even the early 2000s wasn't all that great, especially with the amount of.
I say the 2000s probably the best. What you call it? I said 05, 06 probably the best season of all time.
Yeah, we already did that.
Whoa. Now you get into the mid 2000s, but the point I'm making though is yes, I've also agree. I agree that the late 90s was not. It wasn't like showering with ultra talented teams and players. I've already accepted that.
But Del De Niro, can I ask you a question? Because what you just said earlier, it struck me for a loop, and I want to ask again. When you compare the 2011 LeBron team, what other team did you compare it to?
What were you talking about in Miami?
Yeah. Why do you keep bringing those teams up together? Like, and because what we talked about before you got here was circumstance matters a lot with a team, and I don't think that you're recognizing. I can accept LeBron in 2011. Because the Mavericks showed they were a better team. Even though I felt he was the best player on the court, on any court in the NBA, the Mavs showed they were the better team. But when he went to Miami, another circumstance had changed. LeBron was still the best player on any court when he was on that court. You say Bosh and Wade didn't show up. If that's what I heard, you feel me? We weren't expecting, let me finish. We weren't expecting Bosh and Wade to show up. We were expecting them to be help to LeBron showing up.
And hold on, somehow. Stop right there. Was they help to LeBron showing up in 2014?
Yeah, there was as much help as I
expected. It was help. Hold on. They could barely score 14 points, but they was help to LeBron showing up. LeBron was averaging 28, 7, and 4, shot 58% from the field, 52 from 3-point line. D Wade and Chris Bosh was barely putting up 14, but they was help.
I can tell you now. Thank you for throwing all those stats at me because I understand that that's what matters the most when you're a LeBron fan. But let me tell you something about those stats. D Wade was asked. Wait, let me answer you. I got you. D Wade was asked to play off ball and defer to LeBron for the first time in his career when he's mainly handled the ball as a guard for that team. Chris Bosh was brought in off ball from where he was in Toronto, being the main man scoring the ball and to sit outside shooting threes, not playing the game he used to play. So when you ask players to acquiesce to what you want them to do, yes, they might be a little bit uncomfortable, and like we all know, defense gets a little tougher in the playoffs. Whoa, I can't finish.
Let him finish. Let him
cooking.
Hold on, Jones. Let me hold on, y'all. Hold on, Jones.
I got him.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing that throws a monkey wrench into your entire argument. That's what Wade and Bosh signed up for when they all grouped together. He agreed to that. They all understood. Look, it was Wade who went to LeBron and said, "You're the best player. Take the keys." So when he defers and takes a lesser role and doesn't perform in that lesser role, that's still his fault because it's not like nobody forced him to play with LeBron. They all agreed to go down there and play together, and you have to live with the results as they are. If LeBron plays bad, like y'all say he did in 2011, then give LeBron the smoke. Just like he said in 2014, Wade and Bosh played bad, quit copping deuces and making excuses for Wade and Bosh because they all agreed to it. So let's not. No, just because we got to move on. But what I'm saying is, that's a bad take. Because again,
you're making an excuse for Dwayne Wade.
You're making an excuse. Hold on. It would be different. It would be different, Jones, if Wade was like, I don't want to play with Bron and Bosh, but yet Pat Riley sides him anyway, and then he starts playing worse. Well, but this is something that, as a group of players, they came together and said, we're going to make it work. And it was Wade who went to LeBron said, you can take the keys, you be the best player, and I'm going to play second fiddle. That's what they agreed to.
LeBron, please.
Hold on. That's what D Wade agreed to. And
Chris
Bosh,
Bosh,
I got 1 point.
If I finish, we can solve this.
Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade got outscored by Gary Neal and Danny Green.
I got 1 point.
But do you know why, though? But do you know why, Mr. Stat? Because D Wade's never been the.
I got 1 point.
Just like LeBron in the show.
Oh yeah, let's go one at a time, man. Let's not let it get out of control.
It doesn't matter. Y'all making all these excuses. Just call it. Just call them
out. Thank you.
If you let me finish,
I got 1 point.
Jones, just like you quick to say LeBron choked, do not start copping deuces for other players when they don't perform like you trying to do now. Because it makes you look like you just.
I just want to finish though. Y'all interrupted me.
Hold on, Jones. We're gonna circle around back to you. Let me get to some other people real quick. Hold on. Who is that? Who was that who said they had a point real quick? I know Trigger Man was trying to get his point off too. I don't want to get back to him.
That was me. Listen. Y'all saying Dwayne Wade didn't show up because that's the primary person who didn't show up. He was injured, bro. His body was breaking down. That's why LeBron left after that. What the fuck? Dwayne Wade has not been the same since then. Let's talk about it. Dwayne Wade wasn't the same since then.
And he chose
his body was breaking down. He didn't choke. His body gave out on him. But his body gave out, bro. When your body give out, that's not a choke. That's not a choke. That's a difference from a choke. Your body giving out on you is different from a choke.
But once you sign up to play you, that's it. Like that's it right
there. Trigger Man, as I mentioned before,
sit down.
Remember what I said before about players putting together these super teams. Just like when the Spurs tanked to get Tim Duncan, there was a possibility that things wouldn't work out. There's a possibility Tim Duncan could have been a bust. When you put together these super teams like this, there's also a possibility that things like injuries or older players breaking down will happen. And it's just, again, it's just a risk that you take when you do this. So both sides of the spectrum, whether you go through the draft or whether these players put the teams together like we see with like LeBron did bringing Russell Westbrook in, there's a potential for injuries. There's a potential for chemistry, and things just don't work the way you predict them to. And that's just one of the days. That's not
that's different. But that's different from saying Dwayne Wade choked. If things don't work out, it don't work out. Okay, that's fine.
But the thing is,
Dwayne Wade didn't choke. His body broke down.
Hold on,
bro. Your body can't break down.
Hold on. Trigger Man, there is a narrative. Before I want to move on, but there is a narrative that LeBron James has 6. People push the narrative that he has 6 finals losses, but they put no context to those losses. That's a fact.
That's a fact.
And then when you get into these debates with him, the only thing they bring up is 2011 against Dirk. But they don't talk about his numbers.
Because that's a choke job. That's a live choke job.
Hold on, but every player, for even Jordan, has a choke job in the playoffs.
Nobody
not in the finals.
But hold on,
Jordan had no choke job in the finals.
Hold on, Trigger Man. Hold on, y'all. Everybody, hold on. Jordan couldn't choke in the finals because he choked in the round before the finals and couldn't even get there. So what's better? So the thing, and then, hold on, and when we say choke, Jordan had those 2 turnovers that ended the game. Jordan choked. The ball was in his hand.
Hey,
he was the one that turned the ball.
He didn't choke in the finals.
Hold on, Trigger Man.
That's all I'm saying.
That's even worse then, because again, we've been talking this whole time about just getting to the finals is an accomplishment. But
No, it
you're
ain't.
talking about
It's not. Nobody cares.
That is.
Nobody cares.
It's an accomplishment. Though.
Nobody
Nobody
cares if you got to the finals.
Oh, it's an
Hey,
accomplishment.
I didn't know you can fast.
Listen.
Trigger Man, that's a bad thing.
You sound like a loser. You sound like a
Listen what
loser.
I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying.
Horrible thing, Trigger Man.
It's not a horrible take. Listen. Let me finish it. If we're comparing you to dudes who won the finals, getting to the finals ain't shit, bro. If we're comparing you to niggas who won the finals, getting to the finals ain't shit, bro.
Who's your GOAT?
You gonna say
Jordan, of course.
Can I go?
Hold on. Bill Russell got 11 chips.
What does that mean?
Oh my god.
He didn't say that.
What era do you have to go back to get Bill Russell, bro? How many teams was it at that time? How many teams was it at that time, bro? Was it like 18?
Hey, Trigger Man, hold on.
And they got 18. The nigga playing 18.
He didn't say
Hey,
chip.
Trigger, hold on, y'all. Hey, Trigger Man, you said what you call it? Jordan ain't never had a choke job before, right? Well, explain what you call it. Him getting outscored by Danny Ainge in the elimination game in 1986. Explain
That's a game. I'm talking about a series. A series.
It's a team game, man.
You can have a bad game, bro. You can have a bad game. Listen, you can have a bad game. You can have a bad game.
Hold on, y'all. Too many people talking, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Look, I don't want to mute people, but we gotta keep it organized, man. There's too many people watching for us to just start yelling because I got to put this on other platforms as well. I want to let y'all get y'all takes off, but we got to try to go one at a time. Man. Trigger Man, even though he has a crazy take right now that full of all types of hypocrisies, we got to let him finish. Go ahead, Trigger Man.
I understand your disclaimer. It's cool. But what I'm saying is Jordan had a bad game, bro. This is a bad series. Show me what Jordan averaged 18 points in the series.
Nigga, he got
Show
swept.
me. I said, show me where he averaged 18 points. I ain't say where he get swept. Because last time he got swept with the Celtics, he scored 62 points in a game. 63.
And he lost. And
They lost.
They lost.
But he didn't choke.
They lost. Hold on.
That's not a choke.
Hold on. It looks like Legend wants to say something.
That's not a choke.
You just sat there and said that you talked about you can't talk about one game. You got to talk about a series. Then when you went to the Celtics, you went to one game. So which one is it, bro?
No. I pointed out one game. Listen what I'm saying. But even for the series, is my point still valid? Did he average 18 points in that series?
Nigga, they lost.
No, he didn't, right? So it's not a choke job. It's not a choke job. Go look at his average for that series. It's not a choke job. My point still stands. While you trying to pull that, it don't work. Because my point still stands. He ain't never averaged below 20 points in no series. LeBron James averaged 18 points in that series. It's a wrap.
Trigger Man, I can give you guys. Wait.
It's a wrap though. Because he averaged below 20 points. It's a wrap.
He said he got an answer. Let me hear it. Let me hear your rebuttal to that.
The same team that LeBron choked against, Kobe had a consistent poor performance and got swept by that same team. He averaged 17 or 18, I believe, around that. He that's what he averaged. In the last two games, he scored 17 points, and was a negative 29. So what are you talking about, bro? And it was against that same team.
Well, he said Kobe choked. That's what you're saying, right, Trigger Man?
Hell no. Kobe has won the 3 finals consecutively before that, number one. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
We're talking about 2011.
Yes, we're talking about 2011. I know.
2011.
Listen what I'm saying. Do you want the answer or not? You asked me a question. Kobe Bryant went to 3 consecutive finals before that. 1, 2. His body started to break down.
Shut up, man. Shut up.
Bro, now it's shut up. It's not shut up. Now it's shut up. Listen to you guys. Look. You don't want to hear it. It's not an excuse.
Wait, guys.
Bro, one at a time.
Bro, I'm a Laker fan, bro. Kobe Bryant was never the same after that.
Hold on.
Guys. Trigger Man, what about 2004 finals? Did he choke that?
Yes, Kobe choked that. Yes. If you want to say that's a choke job, Kobe did choke that. That's a fact.
I just want to.
What about Kobe choking the 2-1 lead to the Suns?
Bro, we're not talking about Kobe. We're talking about LeBron. Quit changing shit around.
We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Listen, he purposely choked that because he got mad at his coach. That's a different thing. He stopped taking the shots. The nigga didn't want to shoot. Kobe Bryant was shoot the ball.
Purposely choked. Sabotage is worse than choking.
Oh, sabotage. You want to call it sabotage? Whatever.
Purposely choked.
He purposely he purposely sabotaged it. He said, "Okay, you put on me for shooting."
He did what Bron did to not let Delonte West.
No. LeBron James is a fucking LeBron James choked.
That's what he just said. Shut your
No. He sabotaged.
He purposely choked.
LeBron
sabotaged.
LeBron sabotaged, so Delonte didn't get one. You didn't know that?
Oh my God, this nigga said he sabotaged so Delonte can get one. Man, fuck out of here, man. Delonte West is that good.
He didn't want Delonte to get shit. He said cramp.
All right, bro. I understand, bro.
What about Kareem? Trigger man?
Huh?
What about Kareem?
What about Kareem?
Is he not better than? Why is he not better than Jordan?
Why is he not better than Jordan? Because he didn't three-peat twice.
Oh, so it's not only his 6 rings, but he got a 3-peat twice.
Oh my God! No, I'm not saying that's the reason. What I'm saying is that's a major reason. So if you didn't three-peat once, last time I checked, Kareem didn't three-peat once.
Hold on, but Bill Russell did all of that. Bill Russell meets all of your criteria.
Bill Russell played 18s, bro. He played 18s. I'm not going back to no 60s and find no player. I'm sorry. I'm not doing it.
But you can go back.
If it's before the 80s, I'm not even considering it. I'm sorry. If it's before the 80s, I'm not even looking at it, bro.
Legend, hold on, Triggerman, hold on. Let me let X-Man get his take.
To respond to you, Legend, I put Kareem as a close second. I would put him as the GOAT if he was the leader of the Showtime Lakers, but he wasn't. Magic Johnson was.
Well, I'm just being
Magic Johnson was the one who won the majority of the finals.
But X-Man, you can say he was the leader, but Magic couldn't win a chip without Kareem.
Okay, but he still wasn't the leader. That doesn't change the fact.
You can call the leader.
And he didn't have the finals MVP.
Magic didn't do nothing without him.
Wait, that's false.
But that's a fact.
Okay, but he did take him to the finals in '91. But
Magic was the leader. That's a fact.
Players don't win without other great players on their team. That's how championships
not being fair. The '90s was a big man.
If Kareem was the leader of the fucking Lakers and won them finals MVPs, I would put him over Jordan.
But he wasn't.
He just did. That's it. He's a close second.
I was just being facetious.
No, you're right. That's why I'm trying to ask you directly because I wanted to give a logical, rational explanation why, not just.
So X-Man, is that your reason? Is that your logic as to why Kareem took me to go for you?
I would, like I said, he's a close second. I would have put him. If you want to put him as a GOAT, I can understand that.
Okay, and so I don't know what criteria you use. Where does Bill Russell and Wilt fall? Because I like Bill Russell and Wilt because Wilt has the stats that hard for anybody to match, and Bill Russell has the championships hard for anybody to match. So if you go down any individual road, you're gonna meet either Wilt on one end or you're gonna meet Bill Russell on the other end.
So what I have Wilt. So I don't have a full like top 10 like ranking. I don't have it all organized. The full I have but I have Wilt in my top 5. But like I said, the issue with Wilt is, as you just pointed out, he choked up too much in the playoffs. It was just too like he would have great numbers in the regular season, then in the playoffs his performance would drop. So that and the fact that, like I said, he only got 2 chips. So those 2 things mess with Wilt for me. But he's high on my list though.
What numbers?
Now what about Bill?
Bottom 300.
Yeah, Bill's on my list. He's in my top 10 too. The only issue for him is that his numbers just ain't good. His numbers ain't good enough, and he ain't got enough All NBA first teams.
But he got the rings.
He bottom 300.
He does.
Yo, you gotta have everything though.
If you notice, I said multiple times that rings isn't my only criteria.
Jordan got everything though.
Hey, man, you might as well put Robert Horton and John Havlicek in your top 5.
But you know what? The one thing I like about Bill though is that in his era, the players voted for MVP, not the media. And what I'm saying is, for him to statistically not have the numbers that y'all love, but yet his peers that he competed against still voted him as the MVP multiple times. To me, that holds a little bit more weight because media, there's a lot of favors and biases because we can count now that the media is taking over. There's so many years where we can point to where we know this person was the MVP, yet they didn't get it. Like when Steve Nash won it over Shaq. There's so many years, but in a league where the players voted for the award, and regardless of his statistical accolades, if you don't like him or not, he was still the best defensive player of that era. That's one entire side of the ball.
Right.
He was the first big man to start pushing the ball in the transition. 2, and he won at an extremely high level, and his peers labeled him as the best player of the game, not some media with narratives.
That's why I don't disrespect. That's why I don't disrespect legends, bro. I've always respected.
But that's what I'm saying. I feel like that he's so disrespected in the GOAT conversation. It's ridiculous. And then people like
everybody.
Bro, I was born in 1988, bro. I can't go back that far.
Nobody
I got a clip of Jordan saying out his own mouth that you can't rank people by how many rings they have as the GOAT. I got a clip. I could send it in the chat.
You don't need it, bro.
Y'all own guys.
People in general.
Y'all own guys.
MJ said you can't rank people in general. MJ said you can't rank people in general, bro. So we already breaking MJ's rule about talking.
Hold on, legend. What is your criteria for the GOAT conversation?
That's what I was about to ask you. What do you think is a criteria to determine who is a top 10 in all time, as in from the 90s till now? What is your criteria?
I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I don't put a restriction on the era. I mean, everybody can be ranked amongst each other, in my opinion. And I just do it based off of. I mean, it's a plethora of a lot of things. I mean, it's not just one sole thing, but I do put heavy weight on winning, regardless of what capacity it's at. There definitely has to be some consistency in winning for you to be placed high in my regards, and then the numbers and the accolades can come behind it. And the only reason why numbers and accolades will come second is because it's just been proven throughout NBA history that players will sacrifice numbers and their responsibilities and role on the team to better their odds of winning a championship. So it's kind of hard for me to then negate the fact that, like, me penalize somebody for the lack of numbers if it meant that if the results were winning. But I personally have Bill Russell in my top 5, top 6. So.
Yeah, the reason why I asked that is because I think that a lot of us in this conversation, we use different criteria to determine how a person is ranked, from the most points to the most assists to the most rings. So it differentiates our standards on, who's the best from Bill, from Wilt, from MJ. So it's kind of hard to deteriorate which one's going to be up there. I believe in my fact that Wilt Chamberlain is like right behind Bill. I think Bill's number one. You could throw Kareem up there too, but like I said, the reason why I asked you that is because a lot of us have different criteria on how we rank certain guys, and it's hard for us to agree on which, hey, because he had the most points leading into his whole career, I think he's the best, as to where he was more consistent wearing championship rings, he's the best. So that's the only reason why I asked that, and I just want to defer to you guys, and I want y'all to tell me what are your criteria in that department as to how do you determine where a guy is top 5 or top 10?
That's a good question. I want to hear that from everybody. I want to know first, though. Hold on.
I'm new to your panel, but I'll wait. Go ahead.
Hold on, Loyalty. I'm going to get to you next. I know you just pulled up. Who's your top 3 all-time legend?
Oh, man, you got me saying way too much. But it's I go back and forth with Kareem and Magic, but it's MJ, LeBron, and then either Kareem or Magic, one of the two.
Okay.
I can't knock that.
I can't knock that.
I can, but I'll leave it alone.
Why you want to knock that?
I'll go as far as saying this. I'm not going to say where I got him ranked, but I mean, I had Tim Duncan over Kobe.
I do too.
I was just about to ask you that.
Thanks for letting me up on this panel, guys. Appreciate this, man. You guys have an awesome conversation. I've messed with FYF and a couple of you other dudes, and I really like the stuff that my man Legend of Winning was spitting out there. In fact, I actually follow him and his homie on another channel that they do. But
absolutely, yeah, y'all check him out, man. Make sure y'all check Legend of Winning. I think he has multiple channels out there, but make sure y'all go check his channel out if you don't know about it. He has some solid sports takes, man. I go comment on some of his videos.
Yeah, I didn't even know you was a sports dude like that.
Hold on, no, legend. I actually pull up to a lot of your videos, and I'm always watching because I'm always watching to max ether somebody. So I haven't really caught you up yet to get you to max ether, but you have come close. You came close to making the max ether list, but I haven't been able to get you just yet, man. Not just
yet. I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. That's why.
Can I throw a wrench in the Bill Russell conversation? Because I really don't like that. Like, I want to throw.
Hold on, Jones. Hold on. I'm gonna let you get John. I'm gonna go to because we got 2 new people in here. I want to get their takes. Let me go to Loyalty, and then I'm gonna go to hopefully I say your name right. Quizmatrix.
Quizmatic.
All right, Quizmatics. All right, we're gonna get to you next, but let me go here from Loyalty Films, man. What do you got on this whole topic?
So my thing is this. I understand. I mean,
the part where you brung up the media and their influence, especially on the MVP race, how it's pretty much narrative driven, and whatever the media puts out there, we run with. The whole super team thing was created because of LeBron's announcement, whatever. But if you look at that interview between Kobe and Shaq, right? They was having that dialogue. It was personal. They got together, talk about all time. It was like right before Kobe passed. Shaq specifically out his mouth said, we went and got a super team. Speaking about Gary Payton and Karl Malone, but LeBron gets the knock for it. That's just one thing to note. Another thing, Jordan always threatened to quit. The last year he threatened to quit, Pippen was still playing, and Jordan was way more healthy than Pippen. He went to Portland after. Jordan threatened to quit when Phil Jackson wasn't going to be the coach. Phil Jackson did it publicly. Phil Jackson was on record saying, where I go shouldn't determine where Jordan decided to do with his career. So can you imagine if LeBron quit after he won the championship and KD went to Golden State or whatever? Like, you feel it was just a different, we would have been tearing him apart. So there was a lot of things Jordan didn't get criticized for in regards to the game. He had a big influence on David Stern. Yeah, I always talk about LeBron picks his team. Jordan picked too. He picked as well. He tried to pick on the Wizards. He tried to get Elton Brand. He picked when he was in Chicago. Ron Harper was
remember when he was on the Wizards, he also went to the Wizards as president of operations and decided he wanted to play. So let's keep it real. That was after his second retirement, so it's totally different.
Hold on, let him finish the take. Let him
finish, and because I don't want to be long-winded, but I could keep going. My goal is definitely LeBron, because LeBron has been in the most adverse situations. Every time Jordan won the chip, he was always the favorite. It was no doubt the Bulls was going to win the championship from day one, every time they won a chip, or from the beginning of the year. LeBron can win a chip, and then they'll come back and not be the favorite. That says something about the league, where it's going, the competition, how teams load up against LeBron. They wasn't doing that back then, and it's not LeBron's fault that they're doing that. Players
it is
evolved. No, it's not that.
It is
because players was moving around back then.
No. What happened is
Barkley, players was loading up back then as well, bro.
Yeah, when they could, they did.
Exactly.
Hey, hold on. What about y'all forgot about Wilt Chamberlain, Elgin Baylor, and Jerry West? But y'all be so quick to say, "Oh, LeBron's got a super team."
We spoke about this already. We spoke about how that was organic and done by the coaches.
Hold on. There's no. Hold on. Jones, there's no such thing as organic, and you put together a team however you put it together.
Why doesn't nobody talk about when Shaq went to the Lakers as a free agent? Why doesn't he get like demoralized like LeBron?
Because Kobe Bryant wasn't even. Kobe Bryant was a rookie, bro.
Hold on, no. What Shaq did was, hold on. Hey,
Kobe Bryant was a rookie.
Told him this was what Kobe was.
But he was unproven. He was a rookie. He was off the bench.
Hold on,
bro. Be quiet, bro.
Hold on. There's an easy answer to that. What Shaq saw, he saw a much better organization in LA, also a much better city. But the Lakers, the Lakers. He knew going to the Lakers that every year he played, they were going to do max possible, everything possible to go win chips. Whether it was, if Kobe didn't work out, let's say Kobe didn't work out, I guarantee you they would have found a way to bring in another star to put alongside him, and they would have never just sat and stand pat. We've seen that with the Lakers today, all the way into the Lakers. That's between Boston and LA. They've been consistent with that. They've always tried. So the thing is, it didn't matter. Shaq went to a better. See, if he just
went to a better organization, but he didn't go to a super team.
Hold on. It don't matter. Hold on. What I'm
saying does matter. That's the argument.
Hold on. What I'm saying is organizations matter, because we've seen great players stuck on bad organizations for 10 years, like Kevin Garnett with Minnesota. I mean, look at he's such a bad GM over there. They done messed around and got caught doing stuff with free agents. They done lost draft picks for multiple years, and it's just a bad organization. They wasted almost Kevin Garnett's entire prime because they were a trash organization.
Yeah, speaking truth,
he had to go leave and form what we call a super team just to go win a chip in Boston.
Bro, that's a fact, bro. You speaking nothing but facts right now. That's not the argument, though. The argument is that Shaq went to a super team and he didn't.
No. What Shaq did was
Jerry West. Jerry West told Shaq, "You are going to win 3 championships with Kobe Bryant." He
Yes, but he was unproven.
Kobe Bryant was better than Wade, Bosh, Kyrie, any
Oh
player
my God.
LeBron ever played with in his 4th
Oh
year.
my God. He was drafted number
Hold up.
13. He was
So what?
unproven.
Hold up. I could tell you a meteorite gonna drop on your head tomorrow. That don't make it true. You gotta earn that and win that. That wasn't proven. They had to
Exactly.
win
Oh,
it.
it was
Just telling him
unproven.
didn't mean nothing, bro.
Thank
Hold
you.
on. Triggerman.
And
I think it's a myth. I think it. Hold on, Triggerman.
That was a
hold
great
on,
team.
y'all. I think it's a myth that the Lakers didn't know what they had in Kobe. The Lakers
The league didn't know what they had, or they would have drafted him.
Hold on.
His first year, he wasn't proven.
It's a lie that they didn't know. What happened with Kobe was the number one thing that happened with Kobe was the politics of the game and the business of basketball. Because Eddie Jones was in the way in his spot. And so the only way they could really trade Eddie Jones was to showcase him and put Kobe to the wayside. But once Kobe started to blossom and he made that all-star game as a 6th man, that's when it was really time to pull the trigger and get these dudes up out of here.
I respect
we know
that.
what we got. The Lakers knew, Jerry West knew out of the draft what he had in Kobe. Hold on. But that's all he needed was him to know.
No. But he knew. What I'm saying is everybody didn't know. It wasn't a foregone conclusion.
No, they didn't. Cut it out, because that's why Kobe was on the
everybody knew he would have been drafted number 1.
The Lakers groomed Kobe. Him battling
They
against Eddie
control
Jones in
these
practice
fans'
helped him. He
minds.
even said that out of his own mouth.
Facts. You know what's up. They be up here capping.
Media controls y'all
Nigga, you be
mind.
capping.
I don't cap about nothing. You crazy.
Y'all
Everything
use
you say is
everybody as the
Lying.
media, the narrative they set. That's y'all everybody. Whatever the media sets as it, y'all go with that's everybody. That's the word. No, that's what they set and program. It's called programming for a reason. They program that in your mind. If you listen to the dialogue between Shaq and Kobe out of the horse's mouth, both of them, what are y'all gonna refute that?
Listen,
you got
bro.
all that from them. No misquotes.
What you're
nothing.
saying is true.
But what up? I just wait. Let me just say this real quick. What did Shaq say after he made that comment? Because you're not.
It
telling
wasn't
the full
just one
Take
comment.
shit
It
out of
was a
context.
whole dialogue.
I get that, but what was the follow up to that though? Because
What did he say?
The follow up to that wasn't Shaq wasn't that concerned about Kobe and the promise of who he could be. Shaq was more so concerned about the money that he was going to receive.
Exactly. That's why he went to LA first. He
But you
hurried
said
up
it was
there
to win.
to sign that
Thank you.
120 to get that
lying.
120.
It's to do both,
And
dumbass.
He went to get the money.
It was money. Thank
was
you.
money.
But when Shaq, if you're talking about the quote that you're referring to, out of Shaq's mouth, when he finished that quote, he said that Jerry West came up to me and said that I got this young guy out there, he's gonna be killing the league, he's gonna be dominant, he's great, da. And Shaq, out of his own words, said, I don't care about that. That's fine. I just want my money. That's what he said.
Because he didn't want KG to be more paid than him. Facts.
So what you're saying,
And it was a bigger market. LA is the
I know
second
that,
biggest
but
market
that
in the
doesn't
nation.
refute what he was playing with, though.
You lying. He just said it did.
What you're saying is fine, but Shaq didn't go there because Kobe Bryant was there. That's what I'm saying.
Talk that shit,
I agree
legend.
with you, legend.
Kobe was just a
They
bonus.
just out here lying, bro. They be trying to lie for their points.
That's beyond the point. It's what is. You act like, okay, LeBron would Bosh and Wade like that was going to guarantee. It was still
He did. That's why he went.
What?
Oh, now it's guaranteed.
Right. That was the first.
That's exactly why. That's exactly why they did that.
No. You just
Dwayne Wade was the
That's
second
exactly
best
why he did that.
Already had a
You
ring.
could drop a meteorite on somebody's head.
He
but that doesn't mean
already
anything
had a
happen. You
ring.
gotta
He
work.
was
Bro,
6
no.
years removed.
LeBron was the best player in the league. He knew, and he said out of his mouth when he chose that team. He said, "I know what I'm going here for, and I know what I expect us to do."
The first day he played, they lost to the Mavericks.
Not
He didn't know
one,
what was going to happen.
not two,
Right.
not
Not three, not four, not five.
Hold on. Y'all saying not this, not that, but he won what you call? He won 2. You still got to
know,
work.
but
Because he
you
told
telling me
You still got to work.
you telling me Shaq and Kobe is not more dominant than them 3?
It wasn't. It got split up.
Wait. What are we saying right now? Let me stop.
Right,
Hold
Shaq won a ring with Dwayne Wade too. So.
Hold on, Legend. What was your question?
Because we're going all over the place. Because you're saying that if you're going based off of what somebody knew or projected that was going to happen, and that's based off of what you said that Jerry West said about Kobe, you would then have to also acknowledge LeBron saying that we're going to win not 1, not 2, not 3.
You still got to work.
So you still, and that's, but Kobe would also have to work as well. So what I'm saying is,
all right,
hold on, let him finish.
But if you're gauging that based off of what Jerry West said to then cement the move that Shaq had made or cement who Kobe was, and I'm not saying that nobody didn't know.
But fam, I'm not just basing it off of Jerry West said. Kobe was dominant in the rookie game. Everybody knew it was about to be him and AI.
But you can say the same thing about the you can say the same thing about the what you call it,
what?
They were dominant.
You know what Bosh was averaging in Toronto?
Right. So you're
if everybody knew, why was he drafted 13, bro?
Bosh was a loser in Toronto.
But he was averaging numbers, and that's why
But
LeBron
he was
wanted
a
him.
loser. He was a
Fam,
loser.
y'all missing my FYF. They missing my whole point. The whole narrative is the media said nothing. Shaq got no flack compared to LeBron got major flack. You see how the media worked back then? It wasn't even a thought or a comment. It's like nothing. Shaq exercised his free agency, and it was like, oh, that's a thing. It wasn't a major thing. The media didn't make one tabloid. It's
That's
nothing
true.
wrong
That
with
is true.
Yeah,
I mean, that's a reason.
No. So I want to be clear. I'm not going to go find any articles right now because that would be a lie. I'm not going to find no articles anybody criticizing Shaq for leaving.
I'm not saying articles. I'm talking about the narrative they created. They
articles
said
LeBron went with ESPN. That was ESPN.
No, legend. I think he's talking about.
My whole argument was they said LeBron started the super team. But listen, in that same interview, Shaq says we went and got a super team.
In retrospect, he said that.
In retrospect, they have
what you're saying. Well, hold on. Everything
did have a super team.
Right. Said that after they won, though.
Hold on, y'all. Any team put together before 2011 is going to be in retrospect because the term super team wasn't created until LeBron James did it to go to Miami. So all of these
he didn't say that until they won, though. He didn't say that until they won. He didn't say that when they lost.
Tell the people that's when the media
that
made
super
it
team
popular,
did not
when
work
LeBron
out for
did it.
them.
But as you know, like as you could tell, if you listen to Shaq's dialogue, it was already in players' mind, and they had a blueprint to do that. He was doing it before LeBron, and players was doing it before him.
What you're saying is true, and I'm not going to debate and argue if LeBron invented super teams. That would be a lie because they existed before. But what I'm saying is, if you're referring to a super team, yes, referring to 2004, absolutely. Referring to 97. No,
I didn't say that.
Hold on. Memphis 10 is right. Memphis 10 is right. We done got way off talking about this finals team. We probably spending too much time.
Hold on, FYF, and I apologize.
No. We can't hold on. I know we brought it up, but what I'm saying is, we strayed. All I'm saying is we've strayed so far from the original topic. And now we talking about something completely different.
Talking about Shaq and Kobe in 2000.
I didn't want to go down that road. I don't want to go down that road too much. So
anytime you got JDRs in the chat, they can always bring up 2011.
We were lying, bro. I mean JDRs. You talking about what Shaq said after he won his rings, bro?
FYF, you know why those things are important to know? Because those.
Hold on, somebody got background noise.
They used to diminish LeBron's legacy as the GOAT. That's why they're important to note. You feel what I'm saying?
Somebody mute your mic.
Or as long as you mute your mic in the back, we can hear y'all in the back, whoever that is.
Hold on, let me go to quiz.
They got it.
Let me go to Quizmatics. We'll get back to the original topic, man. Because me and Legend, we were going down the road of talking about the level of competition. And I think the path to get to path to creating your name, your legacy is going to be all based on what you have to face in your era. And I think what Jordan had to face in his era, the road for him to create his legacy was much easier than what, let's say, a player of this era would have to see. With all of the things, because of all the things that we mentioned, player movement, rules that favor offensive players, because of all of the factors, it's much harder to pave a legacy like Jordan's in this era because of the more great players, rules, player movement, all of those things. Because I know somebody in here had a criteria that if you don't win 3 chips in a row, you can't be, whatever. You can't be the GOAT or whatever. And the thing is, we know in this era with player movement, it's next to impossible to win 3 chips in a row. No, the Warriors are the only team that hold on. The Warriors are the only team that came close, but they started breaking down just trying to do that. And I don't think we'll see another three-peat for a long, long, long time. That's what I want to get back to right there.
Well, that's
hold on. Let me let Banger here as well, because I know Bang is gonna have some crazy takes on this, man. Let me get Bang in here. Go. Hold on. Let me go to Quiz Matrix. Quizmatics. Quizmatics.
Right.
Let me give him a take.
Yeah, because I wanted to touch on that actually. Like that's part of the reason I hopped on this panel. So first off, I respect what you're saying. I do disagree about one thing that you're saying, and then we all have our own opinions. Saying that it was easier, I don't think it was ever easier in any era. And we can't. It's not a video game. We can't go and take people and place them from here and place them over there. Rules have changed. Things are a little bit different. So we have to also put things in proper perspective and place respect upon the great achievements that people have done in this league.
Speed.
Can a team win a three-peat? Teams have three-peated before. We were just talking about the Miami Heat. They could have three-peated, but they didn't. The Warriors could have three-peated. They got KD over there. Unfortunately, injury set in for that team. We don't know what would have happened if they would have stayed healthy. But at the end of the day, you can't take away the accomplishments and achievements of what people did. There are a lot of great players, and I'm of the opinion that, especially from what I've seen from basketball, elite players would score in pretty much any generation. Some things are learned, and some people just have particular talents. Michael Jordan was a phenomenal finisher. Kyrie Irving's a phenomenal finisher in this generation. Some people say that you have to be bigger. That's not necessarily true. Kevin Durant was never a person who lifted a bunch of weights. He said that specifically when he came into the league. It didn't stop him from cooking. Allen Iverson was only 6 feet tall. He's, led the league in scoring. So I like what Legend was talking about the criteria for when you're talking about the GOAT debate. I mean, actually understanding and having criteria and putting things into perspectives, because there are differences. And back in the Jordan era, they weren't doing these zone defenses. They didn't do zones in the NBA because they know zones don't work against professional players. That's the reason why you see them use.
Oh, that's not true.
Zones in spurts. No,
the zones were outlawed in NBA. That's why they couldn't do it. You couldn't run zone in NBA.
The difference is in the NBA, you have better shooters than in college, and you have people who really know the game.
But that's not true, because every team in the NBA right now, once they started allowing zone, the Detroit Pistons, one of the greatest defensive teams of all time, they ran a man-to-man matchup zone headed by Larry Brown. That's bar none one of the greatest defense. Like I even teach that to the players that I coach. It's a man-to-man matchup zone. They didn't even run man. Like some of the greatest defenses of all time, when they were able to run zone, they ran zone.
In the generation for the Pistons,
let's not lie. What you're talking about is you got to hold on. Let's not mix up that standard 2-3 zone that you see in high school with what the NBA does when they run zones, and they run more so what we call man-to-man matchup zones. It's a zone defense that's supposed and is designed to look like a man-to-man defense, and it's not. It's a man-to-man matchup zone with point defenders all over the court. So you got to understand. You got to understand that
you had rules in the NBA that you had to abide by. Otherwise, you were going to get called for illegal defense back in those days. That's a fact. And when Jordan went to the hole, they definitely piled up on him. They wrote those Jordan rules, which were every player on the team has 6 fouls. Use every one of them. Definitely use them. They used players back in those generations like Kurt Rambis.
That was not one of the Jordan rules. That was not one of the Jordan rules, bro.
If he go up, hit him. Same.
That was not the Jordan. No.
You had 6 fouls. Come on.
Hold on. Let's not lie. The Jordan rules, if you actually read it, it's actually real defensive talk. It's real defensive principles about how to guard Jordan. And you know what? In the last thing in the Jordan rules, if all else fails, that's what it was. After you read all the Jordan rules, if all else fails, foul him. Fouling was the last resort.
No disrespect. I've spoken to John Sally myself personally. We had a conversation about the Jordan rules. I know there's things that's written and there's things that's not written. They knew what they were doing. Foul him.
Yeah, you know why? Because Jordan broke that shit down every time, and they had to go to their last resort, which was the foul.
Still be doing that today. So
what do you mean? Hold on. What I'm saying is today, because even Jordan went to the league and said did not bring the zone back, because even he admitted the zone would reduce his individual stats. All that one-on-one. hold on. This is what Jordan said out of his own mouth. So if you tell him, Jordan even said the zone would lower his individual stats, how you gonna tell me that he would come into an era where they've mastered the zone and his stats are just gonna balloon through the roof?
Right, but he also faced 3-man defenses and things of that nature.
No, he did not face a 3-man defense. That's a lie.
You watch basketball in the 90s.
Stop lying, man. Like, this is what
Nick.
90s fans do. 90s fans act like either we didn't watch the game.
You telling me that people didn't double and triple them?
Hold on. What I'm saying is when players here's the problem.
Attention defense.
Hold on. Here's the problem with trapping with an illegal defense. When you trap with an illegal defense, you compromise yourself because now you have to choose. I have to either fully go trap, or I can't play in between, or to be an illegal defense, or I have to stay. So so that's what I mean. The illegal defense handicapped defenders because they had to do too much Hold on, Jones. They had to do too much in between guesswork. They either had to go or stay. So if you go all the way, you open up something else completely where Jordan can tear you up. Or if you don't commit all the way because of his athleticism, all it takes for him is 1-2 seconds. He's at the rim scoring, right? And so these players are having to make these decisions on the fly and have to worry about illegal defense. That's why they took it out the game, because it wasn't natural defense. It was so easy. Like if you go watch the games, I keep telling people, stop watching highlights. Go watch actual games, because I play the full games here on my channel, courtesy to ESPN Classic. And when you watch the full game, it changes this highlight narrative that 90s fans wanted to go show you. They're going to show you a whole bunch of highlight clips of him scoring on 2-3. That wasn't the full game.
Bro, I watched the 90s. I'm a fan of basketball right now in 2021. I watch basketball.
Yeah, you say you watch basketball, and you literally said out your mouth, you didn't even know about the zones that they run today.
But I did not say I didn't know about the zones that they run today. You talk. I said in the era that they were in, they played.
You watch, but I don't think you know what you're watching. I don't think you know what you're watching.
No, I just think that you're just talking just to talk right now.
There's no way in the world a defense can be better when you can't play help defense. All great defenses, especially in this era with the players that we have, the best defenses are the teams that have the best help defense. Like the Lakers right now have
never not been the case.
So back then, remember throughout the 90s, all of the ISO scores were great scores. When Tim Hardaway came in and showed that he had a handle at the point guard position, he was dicing all them point guards up. Same with Ross Strickland, same with Muhammad Abdul-Rauf, even though he got blackballed out the league. All of the great point guards that had non-pattern games were dicing these hand-checking point guards up. Right, Dyson, like all of them, when they came immediately. Iverson wasted no time coming into this league, tearing these defenders up from the gate as a rookie. Right, because that hand check does nothing. That hand check does nothing when a point guard is coming at your chest. Now, if you're a back to the basket and I'm gonna try to set it up like Jeff Horner check, you might be able to disrupt me, but you ain't disrupting no Marbury. You ain't disrupting these guards that kind of paved the way for what we see out of guards today, scoring, attacking guards. That's not what I'm saying is there's a difference in errors. And I think
you're right about that. I mean, face up talented basketball players who are not playing with their back to the basket, of course, is different. But don't act like they're playing tremendous defense in 2021 in the NBA.
They wasn't playing tremendous defense in the 90s.
Yeah, you act like
some of the worst defense you've seen in the NBA.
It's not the worst defense.
Anything about basketball, your coach will tell you, good offense always beat great defense. You cannot defend these players today. No Durant, Steph, we've never seen these players ever in life.
Like, come on, this era right now, the best shooting, the most athletic players, the most physical. Like, you can't, like, come on, Jordan.
Nothing you can do.
I'm here to let you know that the best scorers in the league, you couldn't stop them in any era. Period.
Hold on. As a coach last year in the Eastern Conference Finals, PJ Tucker was playing perfect defense on KD, and the man was dropping 50.
Right.
Like literally,
he's not even got the size for that. We know that.
Exactly.
Jones. He was playing perfect defense. Like, do you know how
Yeah,
it
there
feels
is no defense.
You know how it feels as
Right.
a defender to play perfect defense, and your man is still dropping 30s and 40s on you?
You only
like,
go back to Andre Iguodala defense on LeBron. LeBron was still dropping the triple double on him.
Right, but PJ wasn't covering KD exclusively either. So they were doing all
let's
that
not
help
act like
stuff you
size
talking
don't
about
matter
too.
in the NBA. Y'all playing funny with y'all narratives, bro. PJ
It
Tucker's
does,
not,
but there's
nah,
still no defense for Kevin
PJ
Durant,
Tucker,
bro.
no, cut it out.
was
PJ
debunk your
Tucker's
whole
not tall
point
enough
about
to be
talking about
guarding
the
KD.
90s. If
Even
you
people
want to talk
KD
about
size.
Okay. Hold on, Jones. Since you got the answer, okay. Who in the 90s, since it's such a defensive era, was good enough at the shooting guard position, tall enough to guard a KD?
So now it's about position?
Answer the mad question.
Who could have guarded KD in the 90s?
I already told you that. Dennis Rodman. I told you that a long time ago. We had this.
That's all.
We had this.
Come on,
we
bro.
had this.
He'll shoot over Dennis Rodman every time.
So you said, hold on, Jones. You just said
talking about size. Yeah, exactly.
Dennis Rodman was barely 6'5", maybe 6'6" on a
Dennis
good day.
Rodman is 6'9". Cut it out. Why we keep doing this?
You make it like KD drops 60 against every game that he plays in the NBA. That doesn't happen. Let's be real.
Yo,
Dennis
FYF,
Rodman is like these dudes miss shots too.
It officially says 6'7", bro. But in his time playing, bro, he had him listed at 6'9", bro. Cut it out.
If he's 6'7", he's still not taller than KD.
Hold on, one at a time, y'all. Hold on, one at a time.
They know Rodman for defense in Chicago, but they don't know he was. What was he doing in Detroit? Do you remember him playing defense then? Or you just
he was behind Bill Laimbeer. He was behind a bunch of good players. He wasn't asked to do much, and he went to the Spurs.
Bro, y'all saying crazy
stuff. He just wasn't as flamboyant in Detroit. Let's be real.
Y'all saying crazy stuff, boy.
But let's not act like all of these guys do miss shots. Let's not act like dudes don't miss shots. We just watched KD go 0 for 6 in the overtime when it really counted. It was really disheartening. But dudes miss shots.
Let's talk about it.
It's not like dudes just go out there and drop 100 points whenever they feel like doing it. So let's be real about it.
No, who said that?
What you look
all
with KD is what you look. Hold on, what I look like. Hold on, being a great scorer. When I look at KD, I look at his efficiency because there are certain games where he only needs to go 10 for 15 to win the game. Right? He don't need to drop the 60 because and when people say Jordan could come to this era and average 50 a game, well, Jordan actually was a high IQ player, especially when he got older. So there was no way he was going to come in this era knowing that trying to score 50 by himself would be losing basketball and go score 50 a game. So to even say he would even attempt to do that is stupid. Then you're basically calling him a low IQ player if you say he's going to come into this era and drop 50. That's losing basketball. They would lose every game if he tried to do that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think that's hyperbole, though. Like, I don't know. Nobody, we say that, but that's hyperbole.
Can I say one thing? Talking about a dude who's a 10-time scoring champ, and KD's been a scoring champ.
Nobody said he's gonna just come in like literally average 50, bro. Like average 40.
No, they do say literally. Let me let Spiffy get his takes. Spiffy just popped in. Spiffy, what you got on that?
I was listening to them talking about somebody could stop KD in the 90s. Like, they couldn't even stop Michael Jordan, and he was 6'6". Come on, bro. KD's 7 foot tall with not the same type of game, but damn near. Like, come on, bro. Like, y'all gotta stop the cap sometimes. Like, I understand y'all. I'm not finished, bro.
No, I'm not arguing with you. I agree with you. Go ahead, though.
I understand sometimes, like, y'all love that era and y'all love Michael Jordan, but sometimes y'all just gotta be realistic. Like, a nigga 7 foot tall that could play like a shooting guard would dominate any era, bro. Like, we just gotta be fact. We just gotta speak facts, bro. He played like a guard, my nigga. It was no 7 foot guards in that era.
That's true.
There's nobody to guard Kevin Durant. That's a fact.
FYF. Before Chicago got Tony Kukoc, you know why they got him? Because he was going at them in the games, right? But Jordan and them shut them down. Can you imagine what the fuck a Dirk would have did back then? And y'all
Dirk would have got busy
over Tony Kukoc being good. That's why Jordan and them got them. That's what I mean. They recruited. He was the best international player then. They scouted him. They dogged him in that game. It was like,
hold on. They had like Dr. J said in '96. Bulls had 2 of the top 3 players in the league. They had the best Croatian. They had the best Australian player. Right? They had some of the best. They had the best 3-point shooter.
Yes.
This is what led to them being what we might define as a super team, even though the GM put it together.
They had a 3-peat before they had all of that too. Listen, I'm gonna say this again.
Hold on. I'm not talking about. Hold on. Somebody has an echo
greatest
first.
scorers in the NBA.
Let's check the echo. Who got that echo, y'all? Come on. Close your YouTube apps, man. I gotta see who has that echo. All right, it's fixed now. Hold on, and I want to go back to Legend because Legend said something earlier where, like, just what you just said. You feel like all great scorers would be great scorers in any era. I don't believe that.
I don't believe that.
I only believe retroactively. I think retroactively, the players in the preceding era. I think players from this era could go back to any era prior and dominate. But I do not believe you cannot tell me George Mikan could come into this era and be the best player. You're not going to tell me that. You're not going to tell me.
I'm not saying that.
You're not going to tell me that. Hold on. There's some of these guys. You're not going to tell me the way I see them play the game, the way it's played now. There's no way in the world you can tell me that those guys will come to this era and do the same thing. And some of those guys were great scorers and great players of their era. I think it's only retroactive with players of this. But today, they could go back and cook in them other eras because they've seen.
I'm talking modern NBA.
One, because they've been able to study all past, like 80s, 90s, 70s. And so they could easily go back and mold and conform to any style of play as opposed to players of the 90s coming to this era. Well, we would have to take wild guesses as to would they be able to conform to an extended three-point line when they couldn't make shots from a closer three-point line. Come on.
I partially disagree with what you're saying. Some of what I agree. I don't think every all-time great scorer, even great scorer, could go back and forth. I do look at what's going on right now. Somebody use that phone.
Somebody might have one.
Hold on, I'm gonna fix it.
I look at certain players in today's league right now, especially after the rule change, and I question like why did you go from a 30-point scorer to a 23-point scorer? That's very interesting to me.
Who, like James Harden?
No, Bradley Beal went from a 30-point scorer to a 23-point scorer.
I mean, no, hold on. That's you got.
But don't you think that guy go to
the reason why? We got
one at a time, yeah. One at a time.
We got Spencer Dinwiddie. We got what you call it, Montrezl Harrell. We got other players that can score. Bradley Beal
got a team now.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Bradley Beal went from a 35% 3-point shooter to a 28% 3-point shooter. It has nothing to do with his teammates. He just missing shots.
Hold on. No, but hold on, but like Legend. Maybe it has something to do with
he not volume
defense.
What do you mean?
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. If they change the defensive scheme or they allowed more aggressive defensive play, especially on the perimeter, then if he played in an era where if he played in an era where they allow that as well, and then there's less floor spacing, like the 2000s. I don't know. I don't think every star could go in the 2000s and dominate. I just
but see the thing, like what you just said, like I believe the defense in this era has already been here. They were just kind of handicapped by the rules, and now that we've seen the refs stop calling those bogus fouls that favor the offense, now we see these scores. Now we see. We see players like Damian Lillard, a guy who was going ballistic, struggle. We've seen James Harden.
Agree, bro.
We've seen James Harden. I'll talk about before this rule change. James Harden looking like one of the greatest one-on-one players we've ever seen.
Yep.
Now he's struggling, and then all these. And so the thing is, I honestly believe the defense has been there, but they just have been handicapped to a certain degree. They cannot execute the way they want because of the rules. I like what the NBA did this year because by doing that, they actually proved that there is defense in this era, in this league.
Right.
We've seen scoring numbers go down. We see all types of players able to play defense now. And what it is exposing, it's exposing the guys that are truly great scorers. Like it hasn't bothered the Steph Currys. Steph Curry, great movement off ball. He's still great. Right. So certain players it hasn't affected, but some players it had. And we were able to now see who can defend in this league and who can't. I love the draft pick, Davion Mitchell. Like that his style of play is going to breed, it's going to breed the next generation of basketball. Look how he came in. He came in shooting 40% from the three. Yes, he can make the three, but he was that Baylor team was all defense, hard-nosed players. All right, come on. So
I agree with you. I agree with you. I just think that,
what you got on, bro?
I think it's a bit questionable.
What you mean? What I got on?
You looking like you on fire or something.
Yeah.
The fuck?
No, what happened, Spiffy? What's happened was I woke up this morning. And it's just like I turned into the Max Ether, the walking.
He about to say he woke up like this.
You look like you look like the nigga off of Fantastic Four or 5.
Yeah,
That's
he
that
did.
shit.
Yeah, for real.
I'm the walking Max Ether. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my god,
the human
Lamont,
torch.
is that like party like something with the green screen or something like that? How
No,
you
that's
doing
just
that?
my skin. Look, it's all on my skin and everything.
Come on, bro.
Look.
You got on the green.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Look, it's my whole body's like this, man. Look.
We can see you, man. We
I'm
see
walking.
you turned into a Marvel.
That's slick as shit. However you did that, that's hard, bro. I ain't even gonna lie. That's hard as shit.
Y'all think I'm lying. Look, my legs. I woke
you
up
silly as hell.
I woke up this morning like this, man.
Talking about basketball.
And then you got the judge gown over top of it. You dumb funny with that.
Because I keep burning up all my other clothes, man. You know what I'm saying?
But the point I want to make is that I still feel like it's not all scores. So I don't know what level of tier score you're going down to, but yeah, like players like KD and Curry, like I think it don't matter. But I think that some of them other players who've been inflated over the past couple of years, when they change that rule, it's like, bro, I don't know. Some of y'all looking kind of sus. And then if you go even further, where if you playing in the 2000s league where there's not the same amount of floor spacing, I just don't think those players will be able to do it. I just don't. I don't think Bradley Beal will be able to go in the 2000s.
You crazy? Bradley Beal better than
you said Bradley Beal wouldn't go in the 2000s.
And
I don't. He averaged 30 plus points like he did like for
like
the
I
past 2
said,
years.
his team is much better than last year, so he doesn't have to score as much.
My brother, I'm not forget the scoring.
I watched the games. I'm
forget the scoring for a second. Why is his efficiency plummeting? Why is that?
Yes,
maybe he's banged up or something. Low key.
That proves that we got defense in
He's
this
been
area.
dealing with COVID and injuries.
So he's injured now. Okay.
Well, he's looking weird. I mean, I don't know what it is, Legend, because you're right. I mean, he is looking weird. But look at DeMar DeRozan. DeMar DeRozan came out cooking. There's a few players who stepped their game up tremendously.
I'm not saying it applies to everyone. What I'm actually saying is that the players that it's not applying to are proving that they're talented enough to ascend certain aspects, so that's fine.
Right.
But what I'm saying is, you can't tell me that every single last guard who's now struggling, just conveniently, they're all banged up now. Like that doesn't.
Right.
No, legend. What it is with these rule changes, what we now have to do, the guys that are still doing it, we have to give them just a little bit more credit.
Exactly.
And then we have to kind of take a little bit off the guys that are suffering. Dame is taking a big step back. James Harden's taking a humongous step back. Hold on. He said Bradley Beal is taking a step back, and we can name a few other players. Luka is also taking a step back this year.
Thank you.
It's certain players, and the thing is, it's not just one player. We're seeing it across the board in both conferences with some star players. So we may need to reevaluate some guys now that defenses aren't as handicapped and they can really play up and play more aggressive. So unless Luka turns it on and has a great second half of the season, we might have to reevaluate some. Jokic's gotten better. It hasn't bothered Jokic. So he's good. So it's certain players where they're still there.
It's also like I think it's also got to look at the rule that
AD. It's affected AD to me to a certain degree.
The dudes with the foul baiting look like they've been affected the most. The dudes who do like the foul baiting, but Harden is starting to get more free throws now too.
He's getting more free throws, and some of these players I can say maybe a slow start, but I still feel like their
efficiency is below.
It's definitely. I mean, the efficiency across the league has dropped.
Yeah,
so we can't act like
that
they're just hurt.
We got defense. That goes for people saying we don't got no defense in this era. We do got defense, bro.
Well,
I've always
gotta put context to these specific cases. Harden, he's not shooting 40 and 50 shots like he was in Houston. So
my brother, we're not talking about volume. We're talking about efficiency.
Yeah.
Why did your efficiency plummet?
That makes a difference, brother. His game was predicated on knowing he's about to get 30, 40 shots. You feel what I'm saying?
What does that have to do with efficiency?
That still matters, brother. If you're taking 5 to 10 shots a game,
But you act like he playing with Kyrie this year. Kyrie's not playing this year. So
but he's saying that
like that don't mean nothing.
Shooting percentages are going rock bottom. Like
that's why you saw the other night he did what he wanted. It was just him. He could go back to that player anytime when it's just him and they rely and they want him.
What he's saying is that these dudes are missing more
shots.
With
Bill. No, same with Bill. He got a team now. He caught with being a leader and running the team and actually getting wins. They started out the league and leading the East. So now I can't be a volume shooter or scorer.
My brother. Just
we winning more games.
Just last year, James Harden was attempting essentially the same amount of shots he's attempting right now.
No,
right?
No, what I'm telling you is a fact. He's attempted 1.5 fewer shots attempts compared to last year.
We talking about with the Nets, bro.
With the Nets, he played 36 games with the Nets last year. He's attempting 1 fewer shot than last year. The efficiency, though, is completely different. Why?
What is it, like way different?
Yes.
Or a couple points.
No, his effective field goal percentage is down by nearly 10%. It's way different.
Wait till the end of the season. I bet you it average out.
Well, you know what it is,
and you know what? I hope it does. I hope it does.
Wait, hold on. I got a question for you, Legend, right? Because you going at Bradley Beal. You saying that, what you call it? The rule change this year is exposing them, right?
I believe it is.
But, okay, look at, last year into, like, the last other few years when John Wall wasn't playing. Was we winning them years, or are we not winning?
Yeah, y'all was winning. They was winning.
Without
John Wall, they was winning.
No, hold on. I said without John Wall. When John Wall was hurt, when Bradley Beal had to carry the load by itself, was we winning?
He was losing. Y'all losing.
And this year, what we doing?
Y'all.
We winning. So don't you think he's doing what's
are y'all? Aren't y'all like 500?
Yeah, about to y'all say y'all 500.
But we still got a better record right now than we have like in the past years at this same time of the year.
My brother, I'm not saying anything about.
He's doing what's best for the team. It's not about getting 50 points every game, because when he was doing that, we was losing.
Hey, let me say it again, guys. I'll say it one more time. Forget volume. I'm talking about efficiency. I'm talking about the shots that he's actually attempting. Why is it that he's missing more shots than he did before? That's what I'm saying.
Right.
It's a small sample size, bro.
We winning more. That's all that matters.
I'm not saying that him taking
these guys roles are we winning. That's what
so your argument is that him missing more shots is better for your team?
I'm just saying that what matters more is that we winning. He could have 40 points, 50 points. We was losing, but this year we winning.
That's not what he's talking about.
They don't got the answer for you, Legend.
That's not what I'm talking about. And guess what? Just like the other guy said, we'll wait till the end of the year. We'll wait till the end of the year. We'll see where your team is at. Because right now, recently, your team
is 17-16. We better. What you call it? I could look up our record last year around this time. It was way worse than it was this year. And that's and all that just tells me is your standard is horrible, because at the end of the day, y'all still gonna be losing. My standard is horrible because I want to win. No, we want to win. Hold on. Your team is LeBron. A losing team. Y'all say LeBron is a loser, but I'm talking about winning. Now my standard is low. Which one is it?
Your team is going to be a losing team.
Doesn't matter.
But Delton Arrow, what we're saying is, especially come playoff time, efficiency is going to matter.
Yeah, right.
Because you're going to have fewer possessions. Hold on,
right.
You're going to have fewer possessions, and they're going to be much more. So these missed shots that we're kind of glossing over now, just because it's the regular season, that efficiency, that 10% difference in effective field goal percentage is going to have a much more bigger impact when you're shooting 25 less shots a game.
Why I think people are mad at overall? Why I think fans are mad at AD, even though AD's putting up mad points. His efficiency dropped like so dramatic.
And then we losing. And then the Lakers is losing. That's why. They're losing.
The Lakers are one game. The difference between the Lakers and the Wizards is like, what, 1 or 2 games? Like, my brother, y'all are one game above 500.
Wizards got to win a record. The Lakers don't, bro.
I'm just
it's
AD
one
as
game.
But
he's arguing between one game right now, but that's fine. Again, I'm not arguing about wins.
But even if it's one game, the Lakers, hold on. Even if it's one game, the Lakers is not supposed to be in the situation they're in right now. And that's fine. But again, I'm not talking about wins or losses. I'm talking
Carmelo,
about
the Lakers not supposed to have a losing record right now.
I'm talking about why is
Right
it
or
that
wrong?
they can't
No
put the
one's
ball
talking about
in the
their record,
basket?
y'all.
Exactly. Why can't they put the ball in the
Oh,
basket?
now we ain't talking about record.
I never was. I never was.
The point what I'm
The
trying to
whole
say is
convo was
that
about the efficiency.
you can say Bradley Beal points is down, the wins is also up. That's what matters at the end of the day.
Okay. How about this? Why is it that the league across the board? Why is the efficiency down across the board with the league?
Like I said, I get what you're saying. I'm not debating that, but I'm specifically talking about Bradley Beal. I'm not talking about Damian
Answer the
Lillard
question.
and Trey Young. No. I'm specifically
But
talking about Bradley Beal.
That's what
Hold
we.
on. The thing with Damian Lillard, they losing. Bradley Beal is winning. It's a difference.
Bro, in 2 more games, y'all will be losing. So when we have that conversation,
all right, come back on the panel. Let's see what's gonna happen.
Because y'all face Miami and Cleveland. So when y'all start losing, then
all right, yeah, that's cool. When we start losing, I'll have something to say.
Okay,
but for right now,
because you hanging on to a 1 game difference.
I mean, we was number 1 in the in the East for a little minute.
And then y'all start losing.
And then y'all start losing.
So how come y'all was losing then? How come y'all was number 1?
All right, hold on, y'all. Let me I gotta wind this chat down because we gotta end soon. I gotta find a way to shake these flames up off of me, man. So
oh my god.
The only thing this is off topic right here. What I'm about to talk about here is off topic. This is completely off topic. So again, I apologize for the people that want to discontinue. I got to shut it down here pretty soon. And while I got Legend here, he got into a very interesting beef with a very popular podcast, Fresh and Fit podcast. And I want to kind of hear like from your perspective, because you know what, the only reason I want to ask you this personally is because I actually like Fresh and Fit. I don't mind them, and y'all got in the beef with them. Where did that all spark from? What happened with them? What went down with Fresh and Fit, man?
To make a long story short, we basically called them out on some things that they were hypocrites about, and then things that they also openly admit that they either lied about or they were wrong about. Okay. And then in the aftermath of everybody calling them out about them being either hypocrites or exposing them lying, they eventually just had enough and went around false copyright claiming people to try to get their videos taken down.
So it was one of the situations, I don't know which guy it is. What the situation you called him out on as far as being a hypocrite, was it like when he was dating that chick who I guess I don't know. I think one of them was dating a chick who was like on a website to get paid or something. Like I don't know.
So Fresh met a girl on a sugar baby site, but then when was asked about it, he kind of hid it, but then it was eventually exposed that he did. Then claimed that she's different, she's not like everybody else because she's not materialistic. Then it was exposed that she would be going on Twitter or IG exposing the fact that she would get hundreds of dollars sent from her every day, and then on the sugar baby site she would say she wanted like an extravagant lifestyle. Then she said that, well, I'm not one of those people because I never give her money. Then it was exposed that he actually did give her money. So it was just like, right, I mean, you keep lying. Everybody keeps exposing you that you're lying.
Boy, the internet is ruthless. Like you cannot cap like on a platform that big. I'm talking about these internet investigators. Y'all lucky that these internet investigators don't turn into police detectives, because a lot of people are getting locked up.
Facebook alone.
Simping at its finest.
I ain't gonna lie. I watch. I don't want to.
Hey, but make sure y'all check out Legend of Winning, man. He actually has a few good takes every now and then, man. You know,
Legend is horrible, man.
Look at Legend cheesy.
Nah, Legend has some solid takes.
Yo, FYF, I came on your thing to ask you one question.
Yo, what's up?
Why you made and that boy Ticket break you down like that?
You said who?
What?
You let Kwame and Ticket TV break you down. I saw some podcast you was on with them, and he was talking about you a thief and all this weird shit.
So you talking about?
No
hold on. Are you talking about when Kwame came to my channel and apologized?
Yeah, no, I didn't see that. I'm talking about.
No, hold on, Del De Niro. The end result. If you want to watch snippets, hold on, but Del De Niro, Del De Niro, just watch the video. The end result of all of that was Kwame came over here. Kwame Brown don't
that.
apologize.
That was what you call that.
Hold on. Oh, my bad. Kwame Brown don't apologize. He don't apologize to nobody.
Yeah.
He came over here to FYL Sports. I didn't even have to flame on with the Max Ether. He came over here and apologized. So at the end of the day, what happened was where it stemmed from. And I know Legend, you probably not even familiar with the situation, but it stemmed from Ticket because my only gripe with Kwame was obviously I call him a bust. He is a bust.
You was being respectful too. You was
hold on. No, this word originated from me going to his channel. I asked him about why is he talking about coding and trades when he knows nothing about it. So because he had no real rebuttal,
right.
He ran a Ticket, Ticket came to him, was like, he got in trouble when he was in college. Let's expose his paperwork on your channel. And so when Kwame did that, I think what happened was he saw his chat and people were flaming him. Then I went live and all them people came over here. So Kwame came over here. And then ultimately, when we broke it down to him what was going on, he realized that Ticket was just using him. He kind of felt bad. He ended. I squashed it because he apologized. Now I said the one thing I won't squash is that he's still a bust. I will always label him a bust. I said, but that's basketball.
We all been on that.
And I said we can talk to coding and trades anytime you want, but this is just a sports channel, so I don't really go down that road. So if you want to have that conversation, we can have that conversation. But I never got personal with him. That's what I told him. I said for you to run with Ticket TV, and then this is something that Ticket's done on 2 other platforms because he can't tack my basketball takes. And so again, I let it ride. But yeah, at the end of the day, Kwame Brown apologized. He even did a video apologizing. So I just let it ride. Hey, Legend, I sent you a message in the private chat, man. You can grab that. Check out the private chat. But what we gonna do, man?
Bang said Ticket had you scared.
Yeah, that Bang know what time it is. Nah, Bang need to worry about that Max Ether. I handed him down, and like I said, whenever I hand you a Max Ether and I don't even got a flame on like this, then you must have had a real bad take. So Bang needs to rectify that bad take he made. Legend, how do you feel about this? I'm gonna ask you, Legend, because you do a lot of sports take. I caught a guy, Alweezy Bang, if that is the real Alweezy Bang. I caught him on the live stream using a doctored up stat. It was completely fake. It was doctored up, and it had wrong and misinformation. Am I wrong for giving them the Max Ether by proving the statistic wrong?
No, of course not.
So that's why all that happened. He pulled something off of Twitter that somebody doctored up, and he just got caught up in the flames, man, in the FYL Sports flames, man. Hey, y'all check out a Weezy Bang channel, man. He got a good channel too, but the Max Ether is not biased, man.
So explain that. You look for people who come up with false narratives and stupid.
No, it's just look, the channel's a debate channel, so I'm always looking around to catch you slipping. Sometimes somebody just might misspeak and say the wrong word or something. You know, we just, and most of it's just fun and games and jokes. But there are some people that get sensitive and they take it the wrong way. But Bang was a good sport about it, man. He rebutted. He did a video. Y'all check that video out. When I catch Legend of Winning and I drop a video on him, I'm sure he's gonna rebuttal, and say something about it. So it's just that's just how the Max Ether works. But like I said, y'all, man, it's a great stream, man. I appreciate everybody. I'm super surprised so many people pulled up today. This is probably one of the biggest numbers we have. I mean, and then people like Legend, make sure y'all check his channel out. He has a good channel over there. Where they put out
Kareem brought me here. He speak highly of you all the time.
Yeah, Kareem,
check out your channel.
Yeah, Kareem
Legend does fire work over there. I'm not gonna hold you
up.
He does. I actually
high quality content. What I appreciate about content creators who take the time and the production value too. So he puts the production value behind it as well. So I mean, extra salute to people because this ain't easy with all the content that he's putting out. Multiple channels, and then to still put out quality content on the sports channel, man. You got to give him props for that. So, like I said, make sure y'all go check his channel out as well.
Thank you.
Hopefully, you pull up hopefully you can pull up more for some of these debates. I know this is your second time here. Hopefully, we can get you over here some more.
Man, you keep slandering Michael Jordan.
Hey, we can set up the head-to-head debate.
Man,
but I think I'm undefeated though. That's the problem.
No, I actually think the problem is that we probably agree on more things than
we do. I create a lot of. I just like having the conversation. So like today's video was just a conversation, and I really wanted the conversation to go to the angle of boosting up Bill Russell and Wilt. We ended up focusing more on LeBron, which that wasn't really my intent because I think Wilt, Kareem, Bill Russell are the ones that got hosed out of this whole GOAT conversation because of their era, styles of play, and all that stuff. And I think that's what we kind of missed the ball on today. I wanted to give those guys a little bit more props. But you know how this. Also, I want to know, Legend. I didn't know. Did you do a top 75 video?
I did on my second channel. I did.
You did okay.
It was a lot of the same players. I just like Dwight. I didn't understand why Dwight didn't make it. And stuff.
Did you have any key eliminations, like bumping a player out?
Oh yeah, I bumped some older players out for sure.
Some older players out. All right,
yeah, they had to get out of there. I didn't understand.
Yeah, I had to bump George Mikan. I had to bump. I think I bumped Harden out. I bumped a couple players out, man.
I kept Harden in, but it was. I didn't keep Dame in. Dame, I didn't understand that.
I took Dame out too. Yeah, I took Dame out of mine.
Dame was like so premature. I didn't understand that at all.
Yeah, that was horrible for Dame. Yeah, I took AD out of mine. Did I take AD out?
I think I took AD out as well.
I think I took AD out of mine as well.
Some of them names I was kind of questionable, and then also some of them I was kind of sketchy on. Matter of fact, I can give it to you right here. I took out from the top 50 list. I took out Nate Archibald, Dave Bing, Billy Cunningham, Dave DeBusschere, Jerry Lucas, Earl Monroe, and Lenny Wilkins. Those are the older players I had to take out.
I took all of those out of my list as well. I didn't have any of those guys in mind.
I ain't watched the video, Lamont, but you put Dolph Shays over AD.
Yes, but see what I did. Hold on, but Del De Niro, I had a specific criteria, and I couldn't sway from it just because. So my criteria was I had to start with the top 10 players of every decade starting from the 60s. So they gave me 60 players right out the gate. Like if you were the top 10 player of a decade, like in the NBA's only been around for 75 years. If you were a top 10 player for 10 years, I have to put you on that list. That's a large portion of the NBA's existence. So I have to put you on.
That's real though.
And then I have to go to the remaining 15. You got players who were in between decades. You also have specialists. So I had to make room for elite specialists. And those were where some of the other guys kind of got in. So I tried to be non-biased at all. Like and not just kick older guys off the list just because they played in the 60s.
You put Draymond in?
Oh yeah, I definitely put Draymond in.
Okay,
yeah.
I did. See, that's what I'm saying. Me and you, we agree on way more things than like.
I put
Draymond in
on y'all thing.
You put Hal Gray over AD. Come on, Lamont.
Hold on, now, Legend. This is something that a lot of people give me flack for. I did a top point guard list of all time.
We probably agree a lot on that as well.
I put Steph Curry over Magic.
Oh no, I didn't go that far.
I disagree. Yeah, I ain't going that far. Don't do that.
You always do take it a little bit too far. You take it a little bit too far. But like, where'd you put Stockton at?
I think I had Stockton at 6, if I'm not fair. I think I had him at 6 or 7.
I had him south of 5 as well.
Definitely south of 5. I think I had Chris Paul over him. I can't remember.
I have Chris Paul over him as well.
Okay, so man, I had Oscar 3. I think
I got
I had Oscar 4. No, I asked Oscar 3. I think I had Isaiah 4.
Well, hold on.
That's about the same.
Second.
I think Magic number 2 and Steph at 1.
That's crazy.
I had Russell Westbrook at 10.
Nah.
I don't have Russ that low, but I have Russ like one above Stockton, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, hold on. Where'd you have Russ?
Russ is like 7, 8, 9, something wrong. Between Russ, Stockton, Kidd, Nash, they all kind of close. I can't remember vaguely, like off the top of my head. Right now.
Hold on, we got SB in here. He about to crack jokes on me for some reason. I already know he is, man. What if SB, man?
Hold on. I'm playing this commercial real quick at work. I got you. I'll talk about your spaghetti suit in a second.
What you mean suit? What suit are you talking about?
Who you talking to? I edit. I know. So who you talking to?
It's not editing, bro.
You got the green little jumpsuit that you get on. You wearing the white boy costume at the frat party. That's what you got on.
He was making some gold takes in the chat too. I got.
He mad. See, he mad because I turned into the walking embodiment of the Max Ether. Now you mad.
He said competition is a weak argument. I gotta get SB.
Hey yo, Bang. Hey, what's up, Bang?
Yo, what up?
Oh, Bang here. Oh, Bang. Salute, man.
Bang's here. What's up, bro?
Hey, Lo, I hope you come back because I remember what you said when you had Tim Duncan over Kobe. We've actually talked about that before on this channel, and we've also like kind of hammered home the point. People would put Kobe over Duncan just based off his game being a little bit sexier to watch than a Tim Duncan over the actual player and his stats being so consistent over his whole entire career. So hopefully you do come back, and Lamont, we can actually go deeper into that.
Well, Lamont, I'm assuming you got Kobe over Duncan?
No, not on my list. No, I had Kobe at 11 on my list.
Oh yeah, you one of those people. I forgot.
Hold on, what's wrong with that?
I forgot. Yeah, you are one of them who got Kobe outside the top 10.
Yeah,
I'm not even a big hater on that either because I've always felt like if Kobe 11, that's not like a crazy thing. I mean,
I got Kobe.
But you know what? Legend? Kobe on most lists that I seen prior to his death was around 11 to 15.
No, they stopped.
No, it was
Kobe
not.
Kobe was in the 5. Kobe's
no,
in
he
top
wasn't.
before he died. When he died, it was not disrespectful.
It was between 7 and 12. It was not 11 to 15.
I seen from like 5.
No,
to 8.
but Legend. Now we see people with Kobe at 2 and 3. Like,
yeah.
Y'all got. I see Kobe at 2.
I say Kobe over MJ.
They overdoing it with that shit.
Bang,
I see. I agree with you.
I see him squeezing in people's fives now.
Anybody with Kobe in their top 5 don't know what they.
I see more people
put Kobe over MJ. That's my opinion.
And you know what? Kobe has the only game that Mamba mentality. If you actually try to duplicate it, the coach gonna bitch the fuck out of you.
No, they not. They ain't gonna bitch out because Jason.
That's the crazy thing about it.
No. Jason Tatum making a living out of it right now.
Hold on. I'm about to say that he's the new age Kobe, and he's making a little.
I'm talking about like at the high school, college level.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
if you go out there trying to beat Kobe with the Mamba mentality, you're gonna be sitting next to the coach. If you go out there and try to beat Tim Duncan, you're gonna be on the court for a long time. That's a fact.
I don't know how Jason Tatum doing it because he definitely
he the best player on the team.
But he's already in the league though. I'm saying like if you are a basketball player trying to make it.
No, I hear you. I'm just
at the middle school level, and you out there trying to go Mamba mentality, shooting the ball. You about to sit your ass down on the bench. Man.
With the way Tatum's playing right now, am I crazy for saying I think Jaylen Brown's better?
I don't think you're crazy. I said
I
that
don't
last
think
year.
you're crazy, but I
said that last year.
Because Jaylen Brown to me has added more to his game, but
hold on, hold on, y'all. I don't mean to cut y'all off. I know Bang and SB pulled up. I want to get Bang's take. I saw him in the chat listening.
Wait, I'll let Bang go, then I'll go out to Bang.
Bang, what you got on the entire conversation for today, man?
Man, we already know if it wasn't for Scott, it wouldn't be no Mike. You know what I mean?
Man.
Like I said, I'm from the west side of Chi, down the street from the motherfucking Madhouse of Madison. It ain't nothing you can do about it. Scotty spitting straight facts in this bitch. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. Everybody don't even know what the conversation is.
Look, hold on, y'all. Let him get his take off. I can't hear him. Go ahead, man.
He got all the JDRs triggered.
Oh, Bang good to trigger them. He do that on a daily basis on his channel. Hold on, SB, what you got? I think Bang got some technical difficulties right now.
Hey, can you hear me?
Got some listening.
Yeah, we hear you now.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, man. You know, winning championships is a team accomplishment, man. You know what I mean? And without Scottie and Phil, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It wouldn't have went down for MJ like that, and that weak ass competition that he faced. The 90s is the most boring era ever. Okay. Ever. Okay. Muggsy Bogues, Mark Price, Craig Elo,
Mark Price is back.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Remember, this Mark Price was nice though.
Mark Price was nice.
This is what I'm talking about.
Mark Price was splitting the doubles.
Hold on. NBA Jam, Mark Price is back.
Terry Porter. Okay.
Brandon Bass.
Come on, man. You see what I'm saying? Look. Niggas get mad, bro, because of the facts. Niggas get mad at the facts. Okay, when the facts come through, it's weak. Okay, no, look at what you faced in the finals, bro.
Dennis Schroeder was starting.
Look at what you faced in the finals, bro. Look at what you faced in the finals, bro.
Can we stop this?
Okay, Jeff Hornacek, man. Thunder Dan.
But that's one series.
Kevin Johnson, bro.
That's one series.
Terry Porter, Joe.
competition in the finals better than
Come on,
competition in the finals.
bro. It's crazy.
LeBron went up against the 73 and 9 Warriors and beat them. What is Jordan
Okay,
did?
wait, look, because a lot of y'all argument that y'all use is that
See, a lot of niggas be salty, bro. And it's okay to be salty.
Y'all
saying?
What player did LeBron James face in the finals that's better than Magic Johnson?
Man, Kevin Durant.
KD.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
KD is better than Magic.
LeBron plays
fuck out of here.
KD better than Magic.
Hell yeah, KD better than Magic.
Kevin Durant is better than Magic Johnson.
Steph Curry better than
any day of the week, nigga. Any day of the week, nigga.
Kevin Durant at the small forward position is not better than LeBron or Larry Bird.
Man, why you let this nigga in here, man?
KD a cook Larry Bird.
KD will cook Larry Bird? Are y'all ridiculous?
Hey, Lamont, hold on, wait, look, this is my point. This is what I want to say, though. Hold on, wait, Charles. This is the point why.
Hey, Lamont, you see what I did, Lamont? I told you.
Look, this is the point where I was trying to join. Hold on, wait, look, hold on.
Hold on, too many people talking. Let SB go.
Hold on, wait. This is the point.
Make free throws.
Hold on, calm down, bro. Calm down.
I'm just letting you know.
Calm down, bro. This is the whole point why I don't like the competition argument, because it started all these fancy talks. Because realistically speaking, you cannot control who plays at your area at that point in time. And look, this is the whole point, because I could use the same narrative, because the competition argument didn't really start happening until LeBron lost multiple finals. So they had to use the excuse that he played better. Hold on, let me finish my point. He played better competition, because like me saying this, dude. By your logic, I can say LeBron didn't start winning the Eastern Conference Finals till he joined the Heat and the East got watered down. Because
LeBron won before that.
That's a lie.
He made the finals one time.
That's a lie, though. That's a lie. That's a lie.
He got drafted in 2003, correct?
Yep.
What year did he go to the Heat?
2007.
Oh, no, what year did he go to the Heat? He went to the Heat 2010.
Okay,
so that's 7 years. So he went 1 for 6 or 7 years. He beat the Eastern Conference, and the East was trash then. It was only really one team. So I can use y'all narrative the same way. That's why it's
you lying though. You lying though. Hey, I can do. Hey, SB.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. I gotta end the stream soon. As much as we want to keep it going, so I want to let everybody get their take in before we shut it down. I think Bang might have finished. SB, I'm gonna let you finish, but then we're gonna go to McDuff. But unfortunately, we just got to shut it down for the night. I don't want to. I know I normally let it cook, but tonight I got to shut it down early tonight. So
you gotta breathe under that mask.
Ain't no mask, man. It's just I gotta.
He can't breathe in that suit.
You gotta cover that ether.
But no, my whole point is, I'll finish my point real quick. My whole point is, I think it's stupid because then earlier during the argument, y'all will bring up if KD played at this point, and then start all these fantasy arguments, which I feel like you cannot fault a player over nothing he cannot control. Look. All it is about, all I care about, what did you do when you played? End of story.
Hold on, who said it was a mask? Does this look like a mask to you, man?
But Lamont, who you talking to?
SB, I'm about to kick you out the chat, man.
I see your headphones. I see how they look at your headphones.
That's my head.
Wait, that ain't your
Lamont.
head.
Your headphones like CGI, bro. You definitely wearing.
And you got a screen costume on too. You got the.
Yeah, I hate it, man. I told you when you turn into the Max Ether, you get so many haters. When you turn into the Max Ether, the haters start coming out, man. That's
hey, but hold on. He's saying that the East was weak when LeBron played, but answer this though. Every year from what you call it, from
2010.
Can I finish? Every year from 06 to 2018. LeBron played against some of the top defenses in the league. He went up against the big three Celtics, them 07 Pistons was one of the best defensive teams of all time. He went up against the Hawks, which most of y'all say the Hawks are gonna beat LeBron. I still remember that. He went up against them Nets, the Nets with Paul Pierce, KG.
All right, hey,
Joe Johnson.
Dale De Niro. I can tell the road you about to go down. We gonna end up talking for
every team you
it be favorable. It ain't gonna be favorable. So let's go ahead and change it. It ain't gonna be favorable.
Hold on, I know what I'm saying. Y'all like to say
I know, Dale. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm saying that the road you going down, when we start talking about that, we're gonna be live for like another 4 hours, man.
And I'm gonna say you wrong. I'll say you
not wrong. Hold on, everything.
He's definitely wrong. He's definitely wrong.
Hey, niggas hate the facts.
He's clearly wrong.
I'm gonna tell you that right there. Niggas hate them facts.
Now we hating on the facts.
Hey, y'all, I'm gonna tell you one thing about.
They talk about that Detroit.
When Bang
he was 30 and 52 and he made a
playoff. Hold on, Dale.
Let him talk, y'all.
When Bang come with real facts, he actually is credible. You know, so
don't start weak
ass numbers. Don't start it. Let's not start.
I don't want to hear that. Let's not start it. Faking shit now, FFYF.
Let's not start it.
You already know.
Not really a compliment.
Hey, you better go get Freddie, nigga.
He's wrong. He's wrong.
He could be here.
Lamar, just give me 2 seconds, bro. Just give me 2 seconds, bro.
No, Dale De Niro, I can tell. It's gonna lead down a whole other road.
The 07 Pistons didn't have Larry Brown and Ben Wallace.
Hold on, y'all. Unfortunately, man.
It's too much.
Unfortunately, man. It's unfortunate, man. I don't want to have to do it, y'all, but I keep telling you, I really have to.
I would say you could have kept them in here, just ended the stream. We'd have talking the backstage.
No, they still in the stream. They still in the backstage. I can let y'all cook in the backstage. But salute to legend. Hold on, did I put Bang out or did Bang leave? I didn't mean to bump him to the back. Yeah, Bang back in. But yeah, salute to y'all pulling up, man. Salute to Bang, man. Make sure y'all check out Bang channel. Salute, check out Legend of Winning. SB even got a channel. SB Talk Sports, man. He's a over the top Bulls fan, man. He think, but it's a good conversation, man. Make sure y'all check them out as well. But we got to shut it down for the night. Look, if y'all want to stay in the backstage and chop it up in the backstage, I'm gonna leave the panel open. If some of y'all in the chat want to join the backstage after the stream is over, right, and you still want to keep the conversation going, we might be able to do that. But more than likely, I'm gonna play another video after this anyway. So we're not gonna be in the backstage for too long because I'm gonna keep the stream going I'm playing another video I need to drop after this anyway. But hey, it's FYL Sports, man. Another great podcast episode. We're gonna be back tomorrow. We're probably gonna be live tomorrow, so make sure y'all pull up around the same time. Hopefully I can shake this, these ether flames up off me. You see Elder got up out of here real fast. When Elder saw what time it was, Elder said he had to go do something, all types of stuff. Elder got up here fast. I had never seen him leave the chat that fast. So,
he stopped by earlier today, though. You know what I'm saying? I cooked up something real good. They'll be liking that shit.
Yeah, nah.
I ain't gonna lie, about your boy Elder be getting cooked lately, dog.
I've been hearing that, but I haven't been seeing it. I got to go pull up on some of the streams and check it out. Hey, y'all.
You been real out of character lately.
But yeah, we're gonna shut it down. Salute to everybody for pulling up, man. We're gonna be back tomorrow, FYF Sports, man. And we out.
All I hear is yap. Ain't talking about nothing, right? Watch this. We gon' bring that pressure.
Just a little FYI, FYF. 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF. 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo! Fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is. I be getting to it, ain't wasting no time. Walking straight in, we ain't waiting in line. Fuck your feelings, you don't care about mine. You a YouTube gangster, don't be yelling out slime. Or you talking LB, talking Ticket TV. Ain't nobody watching them, all the viewers be sleep. 5 years in, all your subs is your friends. Ticket TV, watch the cars again. Just a little FYI, FYF. 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF. 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo! Fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is. all know. Shop don't close. Working 24, trying to make the channel grow. Look at them, pointing fingers, hating on the low. You can't compete with our podcast show. Couldn't make it in the league, so we got on TV. Crying by LeBron like a little baby. You must be crazy, trying to ever play me. Or you super tough until it's time to say cheese. Just a little FYI, FYF. 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF. 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo! Fuck your feelings.